notice of the appeal process. Where is it? All right. This is the notice of appeal of decisions from the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission pursuant to the provisions of Section 2.68.030 of the Metropolitan Codes of Law. Notice is hereby given that if you are not satisfied with a decision made by the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of certiorari with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission's decision. We advise that you seek your own independent legal advice to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met. Next, we'll move on to the public comment period. I have 8 names that are on the list here. I do want to make an announcement about the public comment before the Transportation Licensing Commission. Pursuant to our policy that we adopted a year or so ago, we are limiting it to 8 people to speak for 2 minutes each. That's 16 minutes at the beginning of the meeting. But I also want to mention to folks, there are public hearings on the agenda today. So if you are wanting to speak regarding one of the matters that's a public hearing, please save your comments till then, and you'll be given an opportunity to speak. So that way we'll have slots open for folks who would like to speak about something else that's on the agenda. Again, we need to keep our comments to what's on the agenda, but it will open up a slot for somebody that wants to make a comment about something on the agenda that's not open to a public hearing. All right, the first name I have on the list is Grace Lewis.
I'm speaking on something that's under public hearing, so I will.
And I'm going to ask everybody to come to the podium and speak up loud so we can hear you as well.
Sorry, I am speaking on behalf of my company, and I'm applying for permits today, so I believe that's part of public hearing.
Thank
so
you.
That's one spot given back up.
All right. Is it Janet Bonds? Is the last name Bonds?
She's going to speak at the public hearing.
Okay, thank you, sir. J.J. Livingston? That's you.
He's going to speak at the public hearing.
Okay. Simona Kendrick?
I'm going to speak at the public hearing.
Oh, boy, we're ripping through it today.
Yeah.
All right, Ash, and I'm sure I'll butcher the last name, but is it Perea? Ash Perea?
Yeah.
Yep.
Most of my comments are for the public hearing, but I would like to say something that's off topic. I'm Ash.
Is it on our agenda today?
No.
Well, then I need you to reserve that, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Oh, wait. It is not on the agenda today for the public
Thank
hearing.
you. And how do you pronounce your last name?
Pereira.
Pereira. Thank you. Have a seat.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Abby Goodrich?
I'm going to speak on a public hearing today.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Jay Lewis?
Hi. I'm going to speak on a public hearing today as well.
All right, well, thank you. I'm glad I announced that about speaking at the public hearing. We'll also, but remember, we do want to keep those comments somewhat close to 2 minutes during the public hearing, okay? All right, now. Have the commissioners had an opportunity to read the revised minutes from the previous meeting?
Yes.
All right, and is there a motion regarding approval of those minutes?
I move that we approve the minutes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Director Rooker, I see that we have a number of items on the consent agenda today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, as we do each month. We have some new OPVH companies. We have 9 new applicants. And we have some other things to take care of on consent. These applications are in order, and staff would recommend their approval, and the names can be read into the minutes.
Does anybody have any questions of Director Rooker regarding the applications for OPVH?
Is there anything we should address first that maybe might, since we have quite a few people want to speak, do you think we're going to run into any time constraints if we address anything first?
I don't think, we're going to have a deferral item, and I'll go over that when we get through the consent agenda, but that's all. Just one deferral item today.
The consent agenda is pretty quick.
I'm hoping we can that we can proceed through the consent agenda swiftly. Is there a motion regarding the OPVH new company applications?
I'll make a motion that we approve, based on the recommendation of the staff, the new OPVH company applications from Seven Brothers LLC, Marco Transport LLC, SK Royal Transit LLC, Sunny Luxury WA LLC, YMTN Nashville LLC, REM Premium Travels LLC, the Luxury Black Star Transportation LLC, and Zuby Luxury Experience Transportation LLC.
I think that's just YMT Nashville.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? And TD, can we note on the record that Commissioner Hayes was not here to vote on that, that voice? He'll be back in a moment. But we still have a quorum, so. All right, so the motion carries. Director Rooker, there's a OPVH existing company reapplication. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. This company failed to reapply in time. So anytime a company does not meet the deadline to reapply to have their permit granted, they have to go through the process again. They have to file a new application. That new application is before you today. Their paperwork is in order, and staff would recommend their approval.
Does anybody have any questions or discussions? Is there a motion about the reapplication by Miguel Galati Black? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the reapplication of Miguel Galante Black LLC. Second.
All in favor, say aye. Motion, any opposed? Motion carries. All right, next on the agenda, Director Rooker, is a wrecker and towing services request.
Yes, sir. This is STR Towing and Recovery. They've changed their address to 81 Trimble Street. TD and I have inspected this property. It's actually a very good property for a record company. It's kind of at the end of the street. It's a large property. They have everything there they need to transfer. So it has been inspected, and we would move approval of the address change.
Any questions or discussion before we vote, or before a motion? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the address change for STR Towing and Recovery LLC. Second.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving right along, Director Rooker, OPVH request to modify ownership.
Yes,
I
Chair.
guess we should take it. Is this two companies that are?
It's two companies, yes, sir. Anytime an application, the original application is changed or there's a request to change it, has to come before this commission, especially if they're adding a partner or changing an address. So all their paperwork for these companies are in order, and staff would recommend approval.
I just have a quick question, because this has come up a couple of times around partnerships in and out, or partners in and out. When you all take a look at this, do you kind of track that? You know, you see somebody's adding a partner or removing a partner, you kind of look historically and see if, I mean, just out of curiosity, whether that's.
We'll take a look to see how many times that's occurred. Yes, we do take a look at that. But now, if something were to happen and one of these were to fall off, I mean, they have no obligation or requirement to let us know that someone left that LLC.
Okay, so if they ask to remove someone, that's different than if somebody, a
If
partner
they
wants.
wanted to do it correctly and asked to remove someone, they would need to come before this commission to do it. Anytime they're changing the form of the application, you have to approve it.
Got it, thank you.
And most of these are single vehicle operators?
Yes, sir. Most of the time, they're either adding a vehicle or they're adding someone who's going to drive a vehicle for their company, and they just decide to partner. And I'm sure there's a lot of changes in that area for OPVH cars. So people come in and go out and do other things.
Yeah.
So.
I believe we probably should take separate motions for each of the companies here.
Yes, sir.
Is there a motion for TES Satellite Communications to add a partner?
Okay, I'll make a motion that we, it's my day to make motions. I will make a motion that we approve the request to modify ownership to TES Satellite Communications.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And then regarding SP Luxury,
I'll make a motion that we approve the modified ownership by removal of a partner to SP Luxury. Second.
all in favor, say aye. Motion any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioner Westlake, I appreciate you making the motions because we move a little bit quicker once they're made. And Director Rooker, I believe you wanted to take up and start putting on the agenda deferral items.
Yes, sir.
Is there one today?
There is one today. I think going forward, what we'll do is after the consent agenda, if we have any deferral items that are on at the heel of the agenda or just anywhere, we're just gonna go on and ask you to defer those so those folks can be excused and they don't have to sit through, the whole meeting to have something deferred so they can leave. Our one deferral item we have today is entertainment transportation discussion. Councilman Cooper could not be here today. I think he's leaving town or has business somewhere. So we're gonna ask that be deferred for one meeting until the meeting in October.
And is there any concern for public safety if this matter is deferred?
No, sir.
Okay.
It was just basically an update, kind of giving you an update as to how it's coming through the council.
Do we need to make a motion to defer an item or can it just be deferred?
Need to make a motion to defer.
Is there a motion to defer the entertainment transportation item that's been discussed so far?
So moved.
Second? Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we're launching into the public, the annual hearings on low-speed vehicles. You want to give us an introduction to that, Director Rooker?
Yes, sir. Each year we have an annual hearing for low-speed vehicles to decide whether or not there's a need for adding any. The board has to come up with a vote on whether or not there is a need for that. We have 3 new companies that have applied. It's Go-Kart LLC. They're asking for two permits. L&L Transportation asking for 4 permits. And then Nash Vegas Rides is requesting 15 new permits. Just so you know, right now for low-speed vehicles, there's 37 active permits that are being used. There are 10 permits out there from Vintage Tours. I believe you remember last year, it was like the little Tin Lizzie looking kind of vehicles that y'all approved 10. They have not picked up any permits at all, and I'm not sure that they're even operating. So those permits are granted, but they're not being used. Okay, so you have a total of 48 permits that have been granted. But Vintage Tour is not operating at this point.
48 or 47?
47, I'm sorry, my fault.
Could you clarify when you say permits were granted but they weren't picked up?
They apparently, and I don't know, I'm just giving you kind of what I think at this point. Apparently they were having these vehicles made overseas somewhere, and they have just never come in. So they haven't notified us of anything. They haven't, said anything about, have no idea that they're, picked them up and they're not operating.
My question is, after we take our action, then they physically need to come by and pick up
Yes, ma'am.
documents?
We have to
Okay.
inspect those vehicles, so
Okay,
we
thank
have to
you.
take a look at them and make sure that they're okay. We do that, TD and I do that every year annually, and we actually put a permit on the vehicle itself.
A question, so today, can we revoke those permits if they're not being used?
No, sir. You have a rule now that they can be revoked after 6 months. So
Oh, okay.
after 6 months, if they're not picked up or used within that period, then we will bring it back before you to revoke them.
Okay, but we'd have to take an action to revoke it.
Yes, sir.
And that 6 months comes up around December of this year?
December 1st.
And is it Joyride that has the other 37 permits?
Yes, sir.
All of them?
All of them.
Okay. All right, I'm going to open up the annual hearing for public comment at this time. Before we start that, Metro Legal, would you give us the standard that the commission is supposed to evaluate the request for permits.
Sorry, I was getting the code section pulled up. So for low-speed vehicles, which is chapter or section 673.030 of the Metro Code, if the MTLC, Transportation Licensing Commission, finds that further or additional low-speed vehicle service in the metropolitan government area is required by the public convenience and necessity, and that the applicant is fit, willing, and able to provide such service and to conform to the provisions of this chapter and the rules promulgated by the MTLC may issue a certificate of public convenience and necessity, stating the name and address of the applicant, the number of vehicles authorized upon such certificate, and the date of issuance. Subsection B states, in making the above findings, the MTLC shall, at a minimum, take into consideration the number of low-speed vehicles already in operation, whether existing service is adequate to meet the public need, the character, experience, financial condition, and responsibility of the applicant, and such criteria as may be adopted by the MTLC in its rules. And again, that's 673.030.
Thank you. Does anybody
You're
have any
welcome.
questions about the criteria and the considerations that we are to address? Yes.
In the past, what have we looked to determine whether the service is needed? Do we look to comments from citizens saying they've looked for access and it wasn't sufficient?
One of the things that's come up is a company coming forward and saying, we need more permits because we've had to turn away X amount of business. And that's a criteria. But as for new companies, if they can come in and show that there's a demand for it out there, that's a consideration. Interesting, I thought, was that the code actually says required, that it's required for the public convenience and necessity, not just a consideration, but required. But we've looked at, can they show a demand out there, and then balancing that with the number that are already on the road to meet that demand. All right, could I see the hands of people who want to speak during the public comment on the annual hearing regarding the low-speed vehicles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, somebody pick out who wants to be first. Come on up. Please identify yourself and tell us what company you represent and
hello, everyone.
comments.
My name is Sharif Gergis, and I am in charge of Nashville Vintage Tours. It's been a long process to get the vehicles from overseas. We was granted the permits last year following the approval. I personally made the trip to overseas to make the arrangements of the vintage golf carts, and they're set to arrive in 6 days as well.
Well, thank you for the update.
Of course.
All right, and you hold 10 permits.
10 permits, correct.
All right. You're not asking for any more?
I would like to.
Well, you haven't put an application in?
Of course.
No,
of course.
I mean, have they put an application in, Director Worker?
Sir, they're on the
Oh,
agenda.
I
there.
see that. Yep, you want 15 more.
15.
No, this is a different company.
Okay,
Okay.
This,
okay, TD, take this.
and we already spent over a lot of money on this company.
Hold on a
Just-
second. We had some clarification here between Vintage Rides and Vintage Tours.
Yeah, two different companies there, and by the application deadline, this gentleman did not submit an application for any additional permits. The one that you see on the agenda is a different company.
All right.
And the vehicles should be here in a few days. I heard someone about taking the permits away. We already spent on rent and parking, transportation, customs, and everything like that as well.
Well,
So
you
he
got till
worried me.
December to pick up your permits.
Yeah, of course, of course. In a few days, you should be picked up.
All right.
Perfect.
Thank you for the update.
Thank you guys.
TD is should the other one, the Vintage Rides, is it a different LLC with the same principles? Or it's just a fully different company with no overlap, but a similar concept?
There is some overlap, but not in the LLC. I believe these gentlemen were former partners in some regard.
If you remember when we did this last year, there were some conflict between parties and whose company it actually was and whose company it actually wasn't, and who's actually put a name on an application they shouldn't have. So the what's before you today is a completely different company, probably with the same concept.
As we're considering this today, we are looking at what is required by B. In the time period, I guess, are we looking as of August, or do we look at it as of now, and are we looking forward for 12 months? In other words, in trying to determine what the quantified need is.
In subsection B, it says whether existing service is adequate to meet the public need. So I would suggest that it means what the need is today, as you sit here.
A year since we'll have another.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But we also take a broad range perspective as to how the industry's been doing over the past year, because there's fluctuations a lot of times. Summertime we have more tours, wintertime not as many people are renting or riding the low-speed vehicles, and they're not in town doing it. Sometimes we have a convention in town and they're all being used, and sometimes there's no conventions in town and they're rarely being used. All right, who wants to speak up next? All right. Make sure you raise your hands because we're going to be running out of time sooner than later.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll make it very short,
What's your name?
My name is Ziad, Z-I-E-D. So I'm representing the second vintage cars company.
All right,
Okay.
you're with Vintage Rides then?
Yeah.
Are you an
So-
owner? What's your position with them?
It's the same business.
What's
It's
your
I've been
position?
here. I think I'm very familiar with everyone.
My
So
question first is, what's your position with Vintage Rides?
I'm owning the business.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir. So for the vintage cars like 2024, I respect that you don't take any emotions. You take your decision based on data, and that's why you approve the 10 permits. So I have like small suggestion. So if somebody is not ready to open a business, why they came and apply for permits? That's first point. Second point, it's supposed to be like it's just like my point of view. It's supposed to be like expiration date. Like if you didn't open the business during that year, you are taking chance from other people to have the opportunity to open the business and apply it in reality. So you're just holding the business, you keep them on hold, holding the permit, and it's like kind of waste for the city and for other individuals who they can get the benefit of this permit. So this year, I came here with the same concept. I don't have to explain it again with details because you already approve it, you know how it is. I've been meeting with you for like many times so far. It's not something personal, it's business. I understand everybody want to grab the opportunity. I don't want to make it like it's like I'm a victim. I'm not a victim. I assume everything happened. And this year I have big hope that you will give me the chance. As I came from first day, I was pushing to the maximum to get your approval for this business. And it's going to be benefit for everyone, not just me. It's going to put Nashville in the map. I'm doing another business which already put Nashville in the map. Something unique, never been here. So that's all my concepts. I never come with someone ideas and replicate it. I always come with something like fresh, new. So that's how you attract the lights on the city. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Let me try to organize this a little bit first. Is there somebody from new company Go-Kart LLC that would like to speak first? Okay. Thank you.
Appreciate it. My name's Aaron Murray. I'm the owner of Go-Kart, and I appreciate the commission being here. I appreciate your time. I've talked with Mr. Rooker several times over the last year, and I also spoke with the previous director prior to COVID. I've operated this business in Chattanooga under a different LLC for 8 years, and I've owned this LLC since 2021. I currently have an operation in Chattanooga, and I have a ton of experience doing it. I have a bunch of vehicles. I've operated in different cities in Georgia, Carolinas, Florida. I'd love to come to Nashville. A lot of my friends are up here, and you know, a bunch of my friends just opened a restaurant downtown, and we see a need for this business. I can answer any questions you have. One unique thing about my business compared to all of the other applicants for the low-speed vehicle permit is that I actually have a Polaris Gem, which is a global electric motor car. They're about $50,000. I call them a golf cart, but they're really low-speed vehicle. They're federally certified by the DOT, so you can drive them on any road in the country. They're federally crash test rated. They're really a small vehicle and not a golf cart. They have all doors, windows, heaters, defrosters, air conditioning. I can pull up a picture if I need. I think I submitted it in my application there. Yeah. Absolutely. So me and Mr. Rooker have talked about this, had some discussion with the previous director. So how my business model works in Chattanooga is actually have advertising on the exterior of the vehicle that covers the cost of the business, the insurance, the car, the drivers, all that. And I offer free rides in town. And so I know it's...
Question, because we've kind of been down this free ride road before.
Mm-hmm.
So we're offering free rides, but are they at suggested tips?
In Chattanooga, yes. But in other cities, I have just offered straight free rides.
So there is no signage in the vehicle suggesting a certain dollar amount per ride?
Correct.
For these?
You're correct, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
If I could ask, do you want 2 vehicles?
Yeah, I only want 2. I understand that there's a larger need for that up here, but given how busy Nashville is, I want to respect your streets. And in Chattanooga, I have the actual data on how many people we got off the road. We're working on a big bluegrass festival now yesterday, and we ended up having 800 passengers that didn't have to move their vehicle from hotels to the convention center to the Ramble events, music events that we had. And
So you consider your service transportation?
Really, it's advertising, but you know, we're advertising for our customers, but for the bluegrass events and things like that, we're able to not only advertise that we're having a festival, but contribute to making the successful festival successful.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. So I assume that the advertising revenues paying the salary of your drivers.
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And again, I've got 8 years of data if you'd like to see a little bit more. I tried to add some more information to my application there, and again, I've spoke with Mr. Rooker, so.
Do you already have the vehicles?
Yeah. Yep. They're on the road in Chattanooga today.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to be your advertisers if you were to be granted permits in Nashville?
Absolutely. Great question. Coca-Cola's been one of my biggest advertisers for this past almost decade. And Coca-Cola in Nashville would actually be my advertiser here to start off with. I've got some other relationships we're working on now, but I have a contract open with Coca-Cola.
You made a comment that you and some friends that have restaurants say there's a need for additional low-speed vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
What's the need? What's the proof of the need, and what is the need?
Yeah, so I went to college with a bunch of friends from Nashville. One of them actually works for a big parking company up here, and another works for a bunch of restaurants here. And really just making sure people are getting from hotels to those restaurants without having to move their car 3 or 4 times because they want to go to multiple locations.
I understand the service. What's the need? What are you showing that there's a need for more low-speed vehicles on the streets of Nashville?
Well, I don't know if I have analytics in that packet. There should be a heat map on one of the pages. And so specifically in my experience, getting vehicles off of the road downtown Nashville would contribute to a safer road, safer environment for pedestrians rather than them riding scooters, walking, things like that. And then again, just eliminating some of the congestion by having them park once and ride to multiple locations.
Well, I was kind of expecting you to say that there was a special need for free transportation.
Yeah.
Because there might be some proof or some data that would suggest that folks that have to pay end up using their own vehicle because they can't afford the other.
Well,
but I don't want to give you the answer.
Well, to your point, I've been doing this for 8 years, so it's in my head. But when you only have to park once and pay for that parking once,
yeah,
you can spend more money in Nashville. So that's what we experience in Chattanooga. Yes, sir.
What is the average length of the ride?
1.2 miles with an average of 3 passengers per trip in Chattanooga. My service area in Chattanooga is 2 square miles. My service area in Augusta is about 1.5 square miles. And so these are last mile transportation or first mile transportation solutions. So I heard some discussion at the last meeting. When someone gets off of a bus or parks their car, they still have distance to go. And this vehicle, particularly this vehicle, is pretty successful at accomplishing that goal.
Oh, thank you. First time, just kidding. Earlier we were talking about, or there was some discussion, there was a question raised about what metrics we have looked at before. I feel like we've looked at the Connect Downtown study also, and that there is a sort of target amount of low-speed vehicles in that. TD, do you happen to have or recall what that number is? Because if my memory serves, I think we're beyond that number already with 47 permits.
That number in Connect Downtown refers specifically to entertainment transportation vehicles.
Okay.
Although I think NDOT's position is that anything slow moving in the downtown core is also adding to congestion per that Connect Downtown study.
To add to that, it was not just NDOT. The KCI traffic study said, I recall Beth saying she couldn't differentiate their computer model, couldn't differentiate between a golf cart, a bus, a party bus, anything that was slow moving, but it didn't specifically look at just a target number. It grouped all of them together.
Thank you. I couldn't remember off the top of my head there, but I thought it'd been addressed in some way. So,
And if
I'm
I remember-
intrigued by the free nature of this service.
And if I remember correctly, the department never provided data on the exact number of vehicles of any kind. That study was just a projection based upon estimates. Because I asked several times for hard data and never got it. No, what the number of vehicles, the number of vehicles that were on the road at any particular time, whether it was 10 a.m. on Tuesday or 10 p.m. on Saturday night. And if that was ever produced, I don't remember it. That's what I thought.
If I might add, some of the discussion going on now would be appropriate for when we close the public hearing and we allow members of the public to speak at this point. But Commissioner, I appreciate it.
Keep me in line. I'm good. We can go ahead.
Well, it's hard to remember things until we get to our own discussions. But thank you. Anything else, sir?
I appreciate your time. Any further questions?
Anybody else here on behalf of your company?
No, just me.
All right. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Is there somebody here for LL Transport Services? All right. Do you want to pick one of you, or if you have something?
I have multiple people that want to speak on my behalf. Is that okay?
Yep. Yeah. Are you the owner of the company?
I am.
Why don't you come up first and tell us why? Tell us about your company and tell us why you think there's a need for 4 new LSV permits, and then we can hear from your character witnesses.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you all today. My name is Chris Livingston. I am with L Transport Services, LLC. LL Transport Service, LLC is a community-rooted, locally owned golf cart transportation company delivering an unforgettable fusion of rideshare tourism, family accessibility, entertainment, and public safety. We are more than transportation. We are a health-conscious, security-aware, and family-friendly service provider built to enhance the safety experience and culture of downtown Nashville. Our mission is to provide a safe, sober, ADA-conscious, and community-focused transport option for all locals and visitors while while helping the city reduce congestion, increase safety, and improve accessibility for all. What makes us unique? I'm glad you asked. Our team includes healthcare pros, CNA, post-surgical therapists, retired police officers, bilingual staff, security trained. We have luxury LSVs with seat belts, step rails, 360 cameras, reverse alarms, enclosures. The enclosures are for the weather. When it rains or storms, we can drop the enclosures and the people won't get wet. So we're able to run all the times of the year except when there's snow and ice on the ground. They are lithium battery powered, which makes us safer for the environment. Our carts are stocked with water, blankets, EpiPens, opioid overdose kits. Our Drive Sober, Ride Safe initiative. Mr. Carr, free rides for over intoxicated patrons. And I know you're gonna ask free rides.
Well, I mean, that's kind of
Well?
in the past, it's been a misused statement.
Oh yeah, well that's the past. We're in the present today, and I'm gonna explain it to you. Our Free Ride Sober initiative. We don't want another incident like Mr. Riley happening, where people are too intoxicated, too inebriated when they leave facilities and bars downtown Nashville. We have contacted Good Nights restaurant and bar and talked to those people there about offering that specific venue free rides for their too inebriated patrons. So we contacted the manager, gave our information. So when there are too inebriated, they contact us. We'll dispatch a cart to that location, pick them up, and take them to their hotel within a 2-mile radius. A lot of people downtown Nashville, when they get too inebriated and they get into the, I'm not gonna call their names, but when they get into other vehicles, they get robbed, they get molested, different things like that going on. We want to try to eliminate some of those things from happening. That's one reason why we put that into effect there. If there's any questions, I can go more about that. We're also ADA and family access, designed for elderly, disabled, and family groups. Cultural inclusion, legislative partnership, safety outreach. We have 20 plus years in customer service, large crowd golf cart experience. Our value to the city of Nashville. Enhance public safety, sobriety initiative, overdose preparedness, and first aid readiness. Health and safety assurance, staff trained in nursing, therapy, CNA care, and security response. Eases downtown congestion. One thing about downtown Nashville, when we're out on our carts, it's very, very congested. What we do is we offer rides from the downtown area out of the area. That way the vehicles do not have to come into the area and pick people up. There's more vehicles coming into the downtown area. So we're able to take them out of the area instead of the vehicles coming down into the area. Same things with the rides from different locations, different parking areas. People now like to park outside, and we can pick them up outside of Nashville, outside of the downtown loop, and bring them into and drop them off, and they're able to walk down to Broadway and enjoy themselves. There's multiple ways we pick up people from downtown, take them to the vehicles. We can move more people at one time. We can move 5 to 6 people on our carts out of the Nashville congested area to catch their Ubers or their Lyfts instead of 5 or 6 Ubers or Lyfts coming into the area. The same thing with taking them down into the downtown area. Our services, park and ride loops, event shuttles, sober night rides, family and ADA service, on-call community support, cultural ride tours, and foodie experiences. Everyone loves food. Equipment and fleet safety. Our slow-moving vehicles are top-of-the-line luxury LSVs equipped with seat belts, step rails, enclosures for the weather, reverse cameras, 360 cameras, client safety cameras. All of our cameras have the chip inside that we can record our cameras, that we can record. We can record in front, and we can also record in the back. So if there's anything that happens with our vehicles, we have evidence of what that problem may have happened. We also have the cameras that record all 4 areas that's on the way for our cars. Extra visibility, lighting, and distance indicators, lithium batteries, eco-friendly, storage compartments for guests and safety equipment, emergency stock, of course, with EpiPens, water blankets, community and institutional connections. These are some people who we have conversated with and we hope to partner with to help us out. Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse, Hamilton County Coalition, local venues, Metro Council and civic leaders. We've done the John Lewis March. We just recently done a parade with the John Lewis March. We had several carts out helping them in their parade, and we had icons on our carts, which was a great privilege to us. And we did that to help them out with that event. And we had a lot of notoriety people on there, from the vice mayors to the council members, to senators, all on our cars that day. Everyone enjoyed it. Everyone had a great experience. Everyone was safe. In conclusion, L Transport Services respectfully request approval of our business operation permit of low-speed vehicle transport. Within the city of Nashville, our service is not only a safe and fun transportation option, but also a cultural and civic engagement vehicle built for the people, by the people of Nashville. But you don't have to take my word for it. You can look on the screen and we'll let a few people from around the world tell you about L Transport Services. As soon as we technical difficulties. What happened? Go for that. Go for that.
Yeah, it's up. You can hear it.
Okay.
You can bring it closer.
Thank you so much.
Let's see. Make sure everybody can see. Don't forget to make commissioners to your left. Okay.
Thank you all.
When your feet hurt and you're in the boots, we have a ride. His name is Chris. Sorry. We got a video for everybody.
Wait, these are people in Nashville or around?
Ladies, thank you for riding with LL Transport Services. Will you tell the people how your ride was tonight? It was absolutely perfect, amazing. We have on high heels. We went to a party on Second Ave. Got us some food, and we didn't feel like riding today. And walking back, so she gave us a ride. It was a smooth ride. It feels nice out here. Very smooth. Very convenient. So we appreciate got the tune. The playlist is very
So you're operating already in Nashville?
No, sir. We were operating in Nashville until we found out we needed a permit to operate in Nashville, so we stopped operating in Nashville. We have not operated since July when Mr. Roker contacted us and asked us, did we have a permit to operate? And I said, no, we do not. Did we need a permit? And he informed us that we did. So we've had them put up since July, and now it's September. And I've purchased 4 of these luxury LSUVs and haven't ran them pretty much since July.
When did you start running before you put them up? How long had you been running? When did you start, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, I opened the company in March, so we were just doing test runs.
March 2025?
Yes, sir. We were doing test runs to gather data because what we're doing has not been done before. So what we were doing, we were gathering data, seeing how many people would flock to it, how many people would love it, how many people would like it, and how the process we had would work.
And how were you advertising to pick up patrons, clients?
Well, we wasn't advertising to pick up people as of yet. What we were doing, well, we just had them out to see how people would react to it. And then we put signage on our vehicles with the company brand on the vehicles.
So you weren't advertising?
No, we just had our name on. And what we're doing, like still up to today, we're advertising for the company. Yeah, so when we get our permits, everyone would already know our name, our brand will be out there, and we'll be able to operate in full capacity once you hopefully grant us a permit. Does anyone have any questions for me?
I have one. Are you operating in any other cities or just Nashville? Do you have experience anywhere else, or like the gentleman who had a Chattanooga company? Is this brand new, or have you operated anywhere else?
Well, I currently do security here in Nashville. I secured the Nissan Stadium and also Bridgestone Arena in different areas in Nashville, Tennessee. And we have golf carts that we have to maneuver and drive around people. So that's my experience with the golf carts there, with the security here in Nashville already. I do have partnerships, wanting and talking to people in 2 different states about this. And we went down and talked to the legislative branch also in another state, and they're looking to change some things so that we can operate also how we're doing, because they see a need for this in their market that's huge, where a lot of tourists come. One thing about our LSVs, and one of the reasons that got us into this, a lot of attacks with vehicles, a lot of murders with massive vehicles. And we like how Broadway has the metal barriers up now. But still, the more vehicles, no more mass construction can be caused. So that's one of the reasons why we started with the slow-moving vehicles. There's really no way we can cause mass destruction with those vehicles. So all major tourist areas, I believe, should adopt this method as to weeding out the vehicles, whether it's major tourists that are walking. That way, there cannot be mass murder with those vehicles. So that's one of the reasons why we started this also.
Thank you, sir.
Is the phone number to book a cart 931-419-1051?
It is.
So I just looking at your Instagram, see that there's like 50 Shades of Brown available till September 19th, which is tomorrow. Orchestra Meets Hip Hop 9:20. Book your ride today. I thought they weren't operating, but this is advertising to operate.
No, sir. I mentioned that they were not operating until we got a permit. We're still advertising because I'm a firm believer in faith. Angels go before me. And that's why I'm already promoting different things, because I believe that my permit will be granted here today. If I didn't, I wouldn't be standing here today. If I didn't, I wouldn't have put so much money into my business. If I didn't, I wouldn't have put all that I had into what I have created. So, yes, I'm preparing for the future.
I see also just maybe I'm incorrect here, but your promotional video, dance video on the Siegenthaler pedestrian bridge with the golf cart.
Oh, yes, sir.
Are golf carts allowed on the bridge?
I
I didn't think any motorized vehicle whatsoever was allowed on the pedestrian bridge.
There are no golf carts allowed on the
Yeah, and the date on that is in March, before we actually started the company and got the knowledge that we needed to acquire. So if you check the date on it, that is in March.
I'm just saying there's never, unless you have a permit to close the bridge, a golf cart, even if you had a license from this commission, no, and so that's scooters, that's cars, that's golf carts, that's e-bikes. Aren't supposed to be on the pedestrian bridge.
Yeah, they're all on the pedestrian bridge, but I thank you for informing us of that. But just when starting this company here, we've had a lot of learning lessons. Mostly what we've done has been trial and error, because I didn't have a model to go by. So some things we had errors at that now we know that we couldn't do this or we couldn't do that. So a lot of things that have been done are not being done now. Thank you for asking that question.
Did you say you had somebody else that you wanted to speak on behalf of your company?
If you don't mind.
All right.
I'm Janet Bonds, and I would like to say good evening to everyone.
Hello, Ms. Burns.
I'm here in support of L Transport Services, LLC. I have known Chris before he was born, 48 years and 9 months. I'm his mother. Chris truly has a heart of gold. If he can help you, he most certainly will. At home, he gave away turkey baskets at Thanksgiving. He provided jobs. Chris and one of his best friends started up Fathers, Mothers, Friends, an organization against violence. He loved to see children and young people striving and giving in any situation their very best. And that's why he was the assistant coach at Dyersburg High School. Chris is truly a people person. He's a professional businessman. Since he's been in Nashville, he's donated turkeys at Thanksgiving and fed some of the homeless people. This golf cart business was one of his goals, visions, and dreams. Nashville, the music city, worn out. He truly loved the city and the people and all that it has to offer. This business would be his way of giving back by providing jobs and transportation and by inspiring others to go after their dreams, to make everyone he meets to feel right at home here in the city that he fell in love with, Nashville, Tennessee. And we hope that you all will grant these permits that he needs to keep on keeping on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am JJ Livingston. I am speaking on behalf of Chris Livingston and all of us at L equals L, excuse me, guys. So one of the things that I would like to talk about is, I know you guys said there's 47 permits out, correct? And we're only asking for 4. That's all we're asking for. And if we do 47 plus 9, that's 55. The last 2 letters of Tennessee are E, and they both stand for 5, because A, B, C, D, E. Now, the only thing we ask is we get 4 permits, if that's up to you guys. You heard our testimony. You heard what we've been through and what we're learning. We also appreciate you, Mr. Hayes. We appreciate you a lot, because without messing up, you don't understand what happens after that. So we've been learning from messing up, and we also been learning from not messing up. However, to get to the main point of what we're here for is, why are we needed? 2 reasons I believe that we are needed is, one is because we do have people that are intoxicated that don't have their full system working, and they cannot make their way home safely without their friends helping them. And notice, they have their friends. So we have a lot of tourists. With those tourists that do come to Nashville, they're not in 1s and 2s and 3s. Most of the time they come in 6s, 8s, 9s, sometimes 20. We do have 4 golf carts. So most of the time when we do see those groups, we do usually pack 4 golf carts. Reason why? Because people are coming here to this great city of Nashville, and we're just hoping that we can keep showing people why Nashville is great, and that they can come here and they can leave without having a boot on their foot or a cast on their arm from falling off of a scooter, an e-bike, or just anything else that happens downtown. We do apologize for riding on the pedestrian bridge. We do acknowledge that. However, that's pretty much all I have today. I just want to say thank you guys, and decision is yours, and we appreciate whatever decision you make.
I have 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Livingston, you're a father?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what does L equal L stand for? Livingston's?
Yes, sir. Livingston equal Livingston's.
Thank you.
Because the only thing we're trying to do is just show you guys that we're meant to show my apologies. We're trying to show everybody that we're Livingston's, just like the county, and we're meant to fit in.
Thank you, sir. All right. Mr. Christopher Livingston, is that it? Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Simona Kendrick, and I am the VP for L equals L Transport Services. I'm here because we do understand that one of your main concerns is congestion in the downtown area. And I want to make it clear from the start that we are here to be a part of the solution. We don't want to present any problems. We want to know that our main goal is to be part of the solution. So we're asking for permission so we can collaborate and partner so we can fix the congestion in downtown Nashville. Our carts are the right size vehicles for downtown's busiest areas. Each cart can carry 6 passengers. We can replace several rideshare trips or personal cars that will otherwise be on the road. Because of their compact size, our carts take less space and that are already on crowded streets. And from experience within our data and research, I can tell you I have been in close call situations with those cars and the congestion that they take. Also, almost being hit, not obeying the street laws on Broadway, almost hitting other people. I've seen it firsthand within the down. We're not just picking up people, we're doing the research and we're doing the work through our golf carts. Our fleet, again, is 100% electric, so we're trying to save the earth in any way that we can. We propose that using the designated pickup and drop-off zones so our vehicles don't block traffic and we don't create unnecessary stops, again, in which I've experienced in our research. Another key part of our mission is safety. By offering fun, affordable, and sober rides late at night, we are able to keep impaired drivers off the road, which not only reduces congestion, but also makes downtown safer for everyone. Finally, we are able to commit to working with all of you and aligning with Nashville's transportation goals. Whether that means data sharing, we're willing to do that. Pilot programs, we're willing to do that, or participating in any congestion management and planning, we are ready and prepared to collaborate. In short, L equals L Transport helps people move efficiently, safely, sustainably. We reduce car trips, ease bottlenecking during events, and support Nashville's vision of thriving, accessible downtown. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right, and we've already heard from Vintage Rides. Is there anybody else to speak on behalf of Vintage Rides? Yes. You already spoke. Was there anybody else to speak with you? All right, come on up. You're going to give us documents?
Okay. I will not take so much time, just maybe 2 minutes. I hope you don't mind. I will read from the paper, okay?
Well, here, we can share here. There you go. We can share, can't we?
Here, right?
State your name again, please.
Okay, my name is Ziad. Ziad.
Zia.
Yeah. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. In 2024, this commission approved 10 permits for another applicant based on business concept that was proposed by me. That individual did not start operation and had no intention to do so. As a result, the permits remain unused and the opportunity was not realized. At this point, I have a question to myself. I asked, why should I request these permits when the commission has already approved for another applicant? The answer is simple. The previous applicant did not start the business, the permits remain unused, and the opportunity was not realized. My request is not a duplication, but a fair opportunity to put the approved concept into practice, ensuring the permits fulfill their intended purpose. The Commission is already familiar with the business model, as it was previously reviewed and approved. I will not restate the concept in details. So I applied for 15 permits, and I am fully prepared with all that it takes to make the business successful. However, I leave the Commission to determine the exact number that they think it's fitting to my startup business. Unlike the previous applicant, I'm ready to begin operation immediately upon approval. This request is not special treatment, but for equal and fair consideration, granting the permits to someone fully prepared to put them in use. It will not take me more than 1.5 months to start the business with all the number of the permits I got approved for. If I fail to start the business, I'm able to give away all the permits you give it to me, and you can give it to someone who is more reliable than me. Furthermore, granting this opportunity will benefit Nashville by promoting economic activity, increasing the city visibility, and putting this concept on the map. Allowing the permits to remain unused would be a lost opportunity for both myself and for the city. I am committed to executing this business successfully and respectfully ask the Commission to consider my request for a fair chance to move forward. I totally trust this Commission decision, and I will accept it and follow it. Thank you for your time and for consideration. If you have any questions.
Sir, how many vehicles do you have as of today?
It will take me 45 days from the day of the purchase till I receive the vehicles.
So the answer is 0.
Of course.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right, we've heard from the applicants and their supporters for the additional permits for low-speed vehicles. Is anybody here speaking in opposition to awarding additional permits? All right, seeing no hands, I'm going to close the public hearing and leave it open to discussions now.
Discussion to all? To all 3 applicants?
Well, I think we, yeah, yeah. I don't know if we answered your question yet, Commissioner Carr, but I think we can have a general discussion about whether there's a required public necessity and convenience for any additional permits, and then I think we can go through it. If we say yes, that's the first criteria. Then if we say yes, then we can go through and decide which company, if any, to award them to.
I do think that there is a need for a diversity in the SV, in the, what are we discussing? The LSV category. I believe it's a monopoly as we speak. And there is, as far even as the vehicles themselves, they're all the same golf carts, all owned by the same company. So I do feel like there's a need in the area for us to consider the applicants.
Second the motion.
All right, so for discussion. I did want to ask, is anybody here from Joyride? Okay. In part of the discussion, Mr. Rooker, do we know if Joyride's using their 37 permits?
Yes, sir, they are, TD and I have inspected all their golf carts, and they are using all 37 permits.
Is Mr. Sizemore still director of Joyride?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Surprised he's not here today.
Well, he's got 3 businesses in Nashville.
He stays busy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
This is the active licenses now. Right, you used another name,
For Joyride.
Right.
Could you remind me of the history? He didn't, at one time, there were 2 companies, weren't there?
He bought out the other one.
And he bought out the other one, okay.
I'd have to go to TD for that history lesson. I wasn't here.
Commissioner Butterworth, could you speak up and describe what you were having discussions there with Commissioner Westlake?
I was confused because the name you used for Joyride Tour was different than the Mr. Freeman and Mr. Rollins listed on our paper. And I was just informed that Joyride is bigger than I realized, and perhaps those 2 names were specifically for this area.
Okay.
And there's a limited field there, so on our database, there's probably more information that doesn't show up when we print the sheet there.
But just being here in the history, I believe he has entertainment vehicles as well as the low-speed vehicles, as well as another company. It's like little Bigfoot trucks or something like that.
He's got the big monster trucks.
Yeah.
That's his ETV monster truck, and then he's got the go-karts.
And they've got a brick and mortar bar now as well. Mr.
Yeah,
Sizemore
they've
is still
got a
very
bar,
much involved. And we did inspect all 37 golf carts back in April.
I agree with the comment made earlier that we should look at the fact that there is not a variety of rides being offered. But do we have a sense of the number that need
Well, this is a
sort of the
very low
maximum?
number, just as far as the slow-moving vehicles. I mean, I would dare to say, just knowing Joyride's, just the length that I've been here, I would say a large portion of their rides is deals that he has with conventions and Titan Stadium, and not necessarily concentrated into the public corridor and more on the larger scale corporate end of the business, as he's presented to us over the years.
What I think concerns me is the community currently is experiencing 37 of these vehicles. The 10 permits that are not being used, if we assume that all of them, we will double, if there will be double the number of vehicles out on the road. If we presume that the exist.
Is just 16.
Remember, you don't have to approve all of these.
Okay, but
Commissioner Rogers, can you speak up, please, okay?
So she's not finished.
But I was just saying, if we were to approve all of the requests at the level being requested, even though we have some existing permits, those vehicles aren't out on the street currently. So I just want us to be thinking about that when we look at the numbers being requested now.
And my point was, we don't have to approve what's been requested.
You will,
In the past.
company by company.
Right, and in the past, we've done exactly that.
Right.
Reduce the request.
Especially, I would consider, especially with companies, just because of a little bump I think we had previously, especially with companies that are kind of putting the cart before the horse, they don't have the vehicles. They are still in the supply chain, and as a business owner, I understand why that's. I mean, I wouldn't
Hard
want
to
to
invest
spend,
before you.
$250,000
Yeah.
and say, here they are, and you say no, and there's no refund. So I get that, but also being a business owner, sometimes that's exactly what you have to do.
I am curious, Commissioner Carr and others, I didn't really hear much testimony today at all regarding, is the existing service today adequate to meet the public need and necessity? Nobody really said, well, we know that there is a big need for more because Joyride can't fill their carts, or they're turning business away. Nobody really gave us anything that said that the public needs more. Now, I did hear certainly testimony that we tried and we operated illegally on Nashville public streets when we've dealt with that in the past with tow trucks, for example, that came in and operated illegally. This commission was pretty harsh. And to have operated March, April, May, June, July.
More than you know.
Is really concerning to me. I don't disagree with your thought around diversity and having a non-monopolistic position, but relative to our task, I don't know what was presented that really articulated the public need and necessity today from anybody.
And I believe I emphasized that before we opened the public hearing, was that that's why we asked about the criteria. I wanted to hear about the public, why the public would be served by adding more permits.
Right, we didn't have multiple emails from people or calls or, hey, I stood outside for 3 hours trying to get a golf cart and I couldn't get one.
Well, I would.
I have a part-time job at a music venue downtown, and I can tell you when I leave, there are a lot of tourists that I see that are waiting for vehicles. So,
is that waiting for rideshare?
Waiting for rideshare. There are also several people that I think could benefit from assistance getting back to their hotels for a variety of reasons. I see them particularly along 5th and 4th, or Representative John Lewis and 4th. So even if we haven't heard, I do believe there is a need for a little bit
is that
based off of visual.
3 or 5 or 7? Because we've got to figure out what that public need and necessity number is first. And that's what I don't disagree with you. Like I go to restaurants and I go to bars and concerts. I'm not typically looking for a golf cart to get me to my car. I'm looking for a ride share, and then I've got to wait and deal with demand pricing.
Well, and I guess I was leaning a little bit on my own experience downtown. I have quite a few family members who are concert promoters and are in the entertainment business in downtown, and I know that the comment has been made on more than one occasion of them saying, I should get into the cart business myself, because look at all these people just standing around trying to figure out how they're going to get away from here without fighting for a taxi, or everybody's on their phone getting in line for a ride share and having to walk 2 blocks around the corner to even get the ride share. So I was leaning a little bit on that experience personally, and again, on the fact that we have one vendor providing that service. That alone.
Well, we have one, and then we have then I'm curious about the second one that hasn't picked up their licenses.
But they don't have any vehicles.
I thought one of them has vehicles that arrive in
No,
5 days.
neither one has vehicles.
Well, no, the one guy came up and said in 6 days he'll have his vehicles here.
And that's the one that already has the 10 permits.
Correct. That's the vintage, Director Rooker, vintage which? It's not vintage rides,
Right.
I know.
No, sir, it's vintage tour.
Tours, okay.
Vintage tours.
Commissioner Westlake, you had something you wanted to add.
Well, I just, to sort of add to the mix, I mean, I think that with the single vendor we have, that a lot of what they do is tours, which is a little bit different than somebody wanting to get a sober ride from a bar to their hotel or a variety of things. I mean, so I actually think that as we take a look at sort of need and convenience, it's a little bit, the business models that we've been presented with today are a little bit different than the tour model, you know, or a contract model, corporate contract model. And I think that, as you described, Commissioner Butterworth, I mean, there's a different venue, and there are some reason to think about that, which I think gives us a different perspective in some ways than ways we have looked at this in the past.
The concentration not being on moving people, but a lot of the testimony you saw was on moving people who should not be moving.
Without assistance.
Right. and getting them somewhere safely, and also on the fact that these presenters open themselves just to giving back to the community with their services as well. So a totally different application.
Commissioner Westlake, one thing I do want to point out, though, in the proposal given to us by Nashville Vintage Rides today, the last page talks about a tour highlight. So
right.
I suspect that one may be geared towards
more
tours.
tour
I'm going to play devil's advocate here for just a second with Commissioner Hayes. If I was going to look under the umbrella of public convenience and necessity, quite possibly you could articulate that there's a public need for free rides that Mr. Murray from Chattanooga was suggesting, and I believe Mr. Livingston also suggested possibly that perhaps there's a public convenience and necessity for transporting people who need assistance and for free rides. That might help alleviate some of the congestion downtown, but I'm trying to pigeonhole it in there for the companies instead of, I'm just taking devil's advocate on that.
No, the free ride concept is very interesting. If you can see something that's free and stumble to it and fall into it, and it gets you
and get home safely,
not to your car,
yeah.
not to your car, or maybe it's to your friend's, your sober driver's car,
Or to your hotel.
or to your hotel. Then that's a good thing. But the notion of just cruising around downtown looking for rides, I think is concerning, and it's something that we've tried to address. NDOT's tried to address with taxis and Ubers because it adds to congestion versus a point-to-point pickup or a call pickup, or there's a place for it to stop. And I know that the whole piece around cruising, looking for passengers is a big problem that adds to congestion.
And I didn't get the full details from L&L, but their concept also talked about not coming downtown, but getting people close to downtown to where they could pick them up and then they could get them to their Uber ride or other ride. So.
Chair, I thought this might be relevant. I put up the low-speed vehicle operational zone, which would be prudent for a new applicant to this field to know.
And that's the red around, okay. So does that go to close to 440 on the west side of town? Okay.
Do we provide them this once we give them the?
We should, and we will.
Yeah.
Good
I'm
answer.
sure they're
Katie.
looking up
So help me understand the operational zone. Thank you, sorry. Are low-speed vehicles limited to that zone?
That's correct. It is in your TLC rules, and I can pull it up, but it's in written form. It's street to street to street, so we went ahead and mapped it. State law also prohibits anything classified as a low-speed vehicle to be on any street with a speed limit higher than 35 miles per hour. So this red zone is the area in which they may operate, excluding streets that have speed limits above 35.
With respect to this analysis, I know we didn't have anybody else besides the companies here. I did get a reach out from the CDC and said that they are opposed to there being more LSVs. That, Commissioner Mira, you're in the hotel industry, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have in your experience in your professional life, do you see a need for more of these LSVs downtown?
I do believe that we do. Especially on the weekends. I see some guests that shouldn't be out on the street, and they should be in their hotel room. But, so when I asked the next day, I asked questions, and I said, well, how do you get to the hotel? And the common answer that I get is, we're trying to get an Uber, it's hard to get an Uber, or maybe they didn't see it because they were drinking too much, and it's just 2 or 3 blocks. So I like the concept of going from maybe the downtown area to the hotels in the downtown area, which is a mile, less than a mile. So I see a need and an opportunity for somebody to do that. And unfortunately, I don't know what it is. I think it's the lights, the music, the sugar and the drinks, and something along those lines that people just lose their minds. They can't make it from point A to point B.
And the tight boots. And the tight boots.
So I think that would be a cool, innovative concept to have, for safety reasons, to have our guests and our tourists that come to town to move around in a safe way.
Let me ask you a question, since I didn't actually know what business you were in. If you were given a card from one of these companies that said, if you have a non-sober person in front of your hotel or leaving your hotel, we will give them a ride for free, would you utilize that?
Yes, yeah, I would.
And I say that because one of the vendors even mentioned that even being out of operation, and I'm being a little biased because I don't like monopolies, but they actually preemptively went to a place where they know people leave not sober and said that if you have patrons like that, call us. We'll give them a ride. We'll make sure they get to where they're going safely. And I wanted to ask those vendors, if granted a permit, would you reach out to those places? I know there's one in particular, but would you guys reach out to those places to say, here's my card? If you guys have somebody or standing outside your hotel or leaving your bar, here's my card. We'll give them a ride, free of charge. We just want them to get where they're going safely.
It's always better to give.
If I may make a comment, we currently do this in Chattanooga, all of our restaurants and hotels downtown.
Yeah, I'm going to need you to come to the podium if you're going to comment, but
Thank you.
only if,
Murray.
yeah, it's open only if a commissioner wants to ask a specific question, please.
Absolutely. So we currently have a relationship with every hotel downtown Chattanooga, a majority of the restaurants, and we currently offer that service, especially at the valet and the front desk. And they offer that on the way in and put it in their packet for a convention or a hotel or whatever activity they have. And so they do that directly currently.
So how have you handled when someone gets sick in your vehicle from when they've been over drinking?
Great question. It's only happened twice in the last 8 years in my operations across multiple cities, and then across a lot of competitors in the country. It's actually not as common as you think. All of my vehicles have 6 doors, 6 windows, all of those sort of things. And when it does happen, we take that person where they need to go. They usually have a passenger with them that can take care of them. And if not, I actually have taken people to the hospital. I actually currently have some people with special needs outside of your vomit question that I take to medical appointments and things like that in Chattanooga. I have some people with special needs that are totally capable of working and everything. They just can't physically drive. And so we also take them Monday through Friday to work. So, yep. But yeah, in reference to vomit, you can spray out the vehicle and clean it.
I didn't know, because yours is enclosed, has
Yep.
sides to it. It looks more like a vehicle than it does just a golf cart.
And it is more like a vehicle than a golf cart, I would say. It is officially made by Polaris, like I mentioned.
Yeah.
So it undergoes a lot more rigorous testing, federally crash test rated. The company's been around since 1990. The government here in Nashville, universities already own these
I'm
vehicles.
going to stop you, okay?
Okay.
We got that
Yep.
part. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Mr. Murray, thank you.
Ms. Carr, I'm glad you asked that question. And to follow up on that, when we were doing our research, we went to the Goodnight Bar, and we were outside, and we were flagged down by a person who was too inebriated. And we did take them to a hotel. along with 2 other passengers. And we film everything. So we have all these things documented. And we got them to the hotel safely. And then when they left, we sanitized the seats. We have sanitizer wipes, different things like that. Also on the janitorial cleaning service. So we sanitize every wide, so make sure everyone's safe. And you mentioned something, but we also have an app, so people don't have to stand around. So we also have an app that people can reach us on our app. But we haven't just pushed that too big yet. But that's one way to help with the decongestion also. But I hope I answered your question.
I'm trying to help play into the need and necessity portion of what we need to consider.
Just relative to how you find customers, so you have an app. You're new to Nashville. I certainly think Nashvillians could find you somehow, right? Because you're around. But for the tourists, how do you find the tourists?
Mr. Hayes, as soon as we put the carts out, the tourists find us.
Right. But I guess the challenge I've got, and maybe NDOT would have, is that putting carts out just on the street is a problem, right?
Well,
so we don't like, it's not it's NDOT doesn't like vehicles that.
Well, let me use the correct terminology then.
Let him finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that are cruising. So maybe we're going to go to a parking lot and we're going to sit and wait in a parking lot. NDOT doesn't love when you stop in a loading zone, or I guess there are a lot of policies and procedures that were recommended as a part of the Connect Downtown study, in particular on how the curb's utilized. And NDOT's in the process right now of really restricting loading and unloading of passengers where rideshare vehicles can pick up. And so that's really what my curiosity is how do people find you? Because you can't just cruise looking for people.
So if we're out and doing rides, different like that, people see the carts, and literally they just flock to the carts. The carts look amazing. The people love how it looks. They love how it sounds, and many other features pertain to the cart. There's multiple ways that we're going to start advertising once we have our permits that will allow people to reach us much better. We created our own app ourselves, and we'll be pushing that, and people have that in their hands also. And I have many connections here in Nashville, especially with me being security over all the stadiums and different things like that. We have many connections, so people know about us and they're ready for this also. And Ms. Butterworth, you had mentioned the people standing outside after the events, the games, the concerts, downtown Bridgestone. There's thousands of people just standing there. Rideshare and Uber, they can't come to those locations because the roads are blocked off. Police block those roads off. Now, at times, the police do let certain people through and pick people up and bring them out. And they have no issue with that. I don't know what law or anything like that, but a lot of times they allow people to come in, pick people out, take them out, because they already know and see that it's too congested and there's thousands of people just standing here and then walking. Once they get so far up the street, it maybe become unsafe for them. So while we're there, we can transport them from that Bridgestone Arena where the concert at, different venues, out in a faster manner. Right now, like I said, we have 4, and we can move up to 20-something people at a time from those areas to declutter the area. A lot of times when the event's over, the event managers want people to get out of the way and move out, clear out fast, so different things don't happen. And then some people, the concert might have been late. They have to go to work the next morning. They want to get out fast. Well, they have to walk all the way up the street, either direction, a mile or so, to catch an Uber or a Lyft. And if we're right there, we can give them a ride, and they're at their car in a minute, 2 minutes, and they're out of the area.
Thank you, Mr. Livingston.
Thank you.
Commissioner Westlake, you had a question?
A quick question,
Yes,
just
ma'am.
thinking about, thank you, thinking about that. And noting in your materials and in your testimony about being sort of ADA compliant and having, and doing that. And I think that, you know, in terms of rides, in terms of folks who aren't able to walk up the street, for example. But can you give me a little more information about what you do relative to accessibility?
Okay, so we have picked up people with walkers and strollers, baby strollers, and canes, different things like that. So we have steps where they can get on the vehicles, and we have arm rails also where they can hold on to the arm rail, and we also have the handles at the very top that they can pull on to get on there. In the back, our seats let down into a flat area to the back where we can put a stroller, we can put a walking cane there, and we can strap it on, and that way we can move ADA in and out fairly fast, fairly easy, and we've done that, and we have proof and videos of that also.
Okay, thank you.
So one last question. What are your proposed hours of operation?
Well, that's a good question because I'm in negotiation with 4 hotels here in Nashville. And I'm gonna tell you what they suggested to me. 10 hours a day, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. for their clients. I can pick their clients up in and out downtown Nashville. I didn't want to say that out loud because a lot of people listening. But anyway, there's a need for those things. That's one perspective because the hotel differential train said that most of the people be in at 10 p.m. But for the late hour people, I can run 3 different shifts. I can run a day shift, the evening shift, and a night shift. And I'm prepared to set that up if we're approved for our permit. That means hiring people for the first shift, second shift, and third shift, bringing more people in, more people like we hire now with ex-police officers, because we know a lot of those people in the security field, and they're coming aboard to work with us. The Apex at the stadiums, they're coming to work with us. They love the idea, and they love the idea of having fun, going home, leaving the concert, getting to choose their own music, the music they just heard from the concert, going to their vehicles back and forth.
You realize it's noise ordinance.
I do realize there's noise ordinances. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Livingston.
Yes, sir.
That's a good question. Thank you.
Chair, and before y'all decide, I mean, it's going on record, and like Mr. Hayes was talking earlier, based upon a Connect Downtown study, NDOT would be opposed to any additional vehicles in the downtown core. So I just wanted to go on record and let you know that.
That would be NDOT's recommendation.
That would be NDOT's recommendation, yes, sir.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Well, I have maybe a point of order. With respect to the motion that's on the table, is that just that there is a need for these, not how many? Do we have to state a number to that, or just that there's a need and then we can address?
The current
how
motion
many?
is just the need.
That's important to me in my voting, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, we kind of have a 3-step thing here. First, is there a need and convenience for the public? Number 2, then we get into how many. And then number 3 is, based upon how many,
What do we do about it?
how do we divide it, if we do? So, Commissioner Hayes, you look puzzled, like, am I wrong?
No,
or-
sir. Yeah,
Okay,
you're right.
okay.
You got it.
So there's a motion on the table. If I understand the motion, it is that the motion is that there is a public convenience and necessity for additional low-speed vehicles. I think kind of based upon the concept of free rides and providing transportation for people who are intoxicated and for ADA. And I also did like Mr. Livingston's point about having Narcan and some other things in the back of their vehicles. So, am I correct? Am I paraphrasing it correctly, Commissioner Carr?
Correct as usual.
And there was a second by Commissioner Rogers, right?
Yes.
All right. Are we ready to vote? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, we got 1 opposed. All right. 6-1, motion carries. All right, we're open to, we can start with discussion or a motion on how many. And I would probably recommend we have a discussion. Well, Commissioner Rogers has got his hand up.
Yeah, I'd like
Go ahead.
to ask a legal question. I guess it's legal. since we have another company that wants permits but has nothing to permit, can we put conditions on an approval that the staff has to see a vehicle before the permit is approved? Does that make sense?
Or the approval of the permit could be conditioned on
Oh,
a certain
no, no.
timeframe for a vehicle to be.
Thank you, that's what I meant.
I think we already voted on that previously, so where the 6 months came in.
Yeah.
That is, okay. So could we, let's say we give somebody 2 permits, they don't get the second one until the second vehicle shows up. Does that make?
Well, the vehicle has to be, inspected anyway.
Right.
But as long as it arrives and it meets inspection, they would get the permit.
Interesting is that the two vintage companies are sitting side by side. Yeah.
Mr. Rogers, I'm looking up your question, but we need a minute to review the section. Thank you.
I have a question about the existing 10 that have not been picked up. Let's assume 3 of them get picked up by whatever point it is in December. Do the permits, the remaining permits, automatically expire, or does it require a specific direction by the director?
It gives us the ability to bring it back before you, for you to make the decision as to whether or not.
So the 6 months only, currently, the 6 months only triggers a requirement to bring it back?
That is correct. I can't revoke them without, I can't just say they're revoked without the commission's approval.
It's a stipulation that we put out there. And my feeling would be, as to how Mr. Rogers led into a little bit, if I might say that.
Are you agreeing?
If I give you 10 because you said you could have 10 and you show up with 3, I would revoke the other 7.
Yes. That would be what would be before you to decide. TD.
And I'll just add to this, you passed this, Commissioners, Section 119 in your May meeting, and the idea behind this rule came from the state law for ETs, which codified it. And so we went ahead and thought it would be good to put this in a rule for all other industries. The rule took effect June 1st, 2025, and essentially if a permit is dormant for 6 months, the MTLC can take action to revoke. And then to fill in on the question Commissioner Rogers asked, not from a legal perspective, from a staff perspective, our understanding of the code has been that there are conditions of the application and then conditions of the permit. So certain number of things are required to apply to bring it before you to accept the application, and then certain other things are required, such as the insurance and the inspection, to actually get your permit physically on the vehicle.
It is for sure a 2-step process. So, if you give them a permit and we go look at the vehicle and it doesn't have, excuse me, if you grant a permit and we go out and they don't have proper insurance and they don't have the vehicle's not, safe or whatever the problem is, then we would have the ability to bring that back before you and inform you of that. Go ahead.
To answer your question about whether you can impose conditions on a permit before you approve it that are not listed necessarily in the Code of Ordinance for Metro or your rules, I don't think you can, because I think that'd be a due process issue, because you're essentially putting more rules on people without them having notice. And particularly since you already have a TLC rule that speaks to when you notice people about rules and changing rules, I think it's ill-advised.
In essence, the 6 months does the same thing, though.
Yeah, you already have a
vehicle.
rule that speaks to what you want anyway, so I think you should stick with what's been publicly noticed.
What do we do with the 2 promises today? One saying that in 6 days he'll have his vehicles, and the other one saying within, I think he said 15 days 45 days he would have all of his vehicles. What's yeah, we can't enforce it. We can't hold them to their promises.
I think that would fall under the 6-month rule.
Okay.
Well, I know there's some discussion about the vintage tours and the vintage rides here, but in our consideration of the need for these vehicles, the free nature and disability, and we didn't hear any testimony from vintage rides with respect to those. He gave us information
transportation that gave us his rates, and there is no free component of that. So I would suggest that there's not a need for those tours. At this point, maybe in December, if we find out that there are not gonna be 10 others, and that some of those permits come back, maybe at the next time, there might be a need for that vintage tours and that vintage vehicle. But today, I think, I would suggest that, or I'm happy to make a motion that the number might be 6 that we consider, of permits potentially. If we need to say a number first, and then I know that we may not actually award 6 after that to the companies that have applied, but just that there's not a need for 21 when not all of those are offering a free ride service. Just for consideration. No more than 6 would be the motion I'd be prepared to make.
I could second that.
All right, is that a motion then?
It's a motion.
We have a motion about 6, we have a second, and we're open to further discussion about it.
Just, I guess relative to further discussion for L equals L, I assume that there's a free ride component for someone who's intoxicated, but the primary business model is point-to-point transportation and a charge a fee. Yes? Yeah.
Yeah. But I do think some of that point-to-point is different than the 37 Joyride permits that are tours right now. You know, and I think there's not a need for more tours, as I watch things around town. But that there might be a reason for point-to-point with up to 6 people in the vehicle that are accessible, and with the possibility of the business model of providing rides as needed, with those vehicles on the street.
And I'd like to say,
Sober rides.
in feeling that vintage model, we've already given 10 permits for that.
Yeah.
So if they come into fruition, great, we fill that niche. If they don't, as you spoke, one shows up, 2 shows up, we can reconsider it. But as far as the need and necessity for that vintage era, we've kind of already filled that by giving those 10 permits, even though they're not on the streets yet. We kind of preemptively filled that.
Once the permits are issued, our hearing today is just for new. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is there a cycle where we look at existing to see whether they are still needed?
No, you granted them, they renew yearly, they have a permit, as long as they have insurance and inspections, and they meet everything that you require us to look at, they're there.
So one thing to be careful of as we approve new ones is to realize that they're basically could be there forever.
You have several options. I mean, if we have a bad behavior, if we have some, reason that they're, you need to take a look at what they're doing. They didn't pay their insurance on time. They're being unsafe. Their vehicles don't come up to inspection. They're not permanent based upon that.
But we would not be able to look at it from the standpoint of saying they have a monopoly and we want to break up a monopoly. That would not, as long as they were in conformance with all the requirements.
I'm gonna let legal answer that question.
I would have to think about that one, actually.
But we have not been able to, we've run into this problem about trying to revoke or reduce the number of permits issued, and we run into due process issues about trying to take something away that we've already granted.
Well,
It's very rare that we go back and look at reducing the number because of the public convenience and necessity.
we have
Yeah, I
had
think
to look
those
at
are,
attrition.
those are 2 different issues, I think.
Yeah.
There is,
Reduce-
however, a fee and insurance, and it's expensive to maintain licenses that are not being utilized. So from time to time, you will see someone voluntarily relinquish a license because of the cost to maintain it.
Yeah, there has been attrition.
But if Joyride were to go out there and purchase whatever company we award additional, or, well, let's say they purchased Vintage, we'd be hard pressed to be able to try to break them up.
But they would have to come back to us for a change in ownership,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
True.
That's right.
Yes, correct.
Just a interesting point of discussion that Amanda will remember when Joyride came in to renew, they previously had 38 permits. And on the date of renewal, they came in with 37 registrations and they lost one permit. By the deadline, they had 37 of 38. Now they have 37.
Further discussion? Hearing none, there's a motion on the table and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Abstain.
Abstaining, okay. Motion carries for 6 new permits. Now the discussion.
Potential.
Up to six, yes, thank you. All right, the floor is open for discussions or a motion about how to award those 6 permits.
I would make a motion to approve the 2 LSD permits for Go-Kart LLC.
I'll second that motion.
All right, and I think we should take them individually. So there's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioner Hayes, did you vote? Abstaining, okay.
I would like to make a motion
On
To-
L equal L's?
L equal L to approve the 4 carts.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I think Mr. Hayes did a good job earlier in doing a little investigation. We've learned through testimony that, and first of all, your family's lovely. Thank you all for being here today. I appreciate your entrepreneurialness here. I understand that you all maybe started a little earlier, not maybe understanding that the permits required. Operating on the bridge, that's not required either. My only concern here is that there may be some not full understanding of what the rules are for compliance here. And I would just want to know, I want to say yes because I admire this and I feel like there's a diversity in an area of town maybe that they're going to be focusing on here that may not have service that this would be. They say they've got, folks who are lining up for it, and I appreciate that. But I would love to have some sort of reassurance that we're going to have compliance with the commission's and NDOT's rules, the area of, service that these carts are limited to, that there's familiarization. I feel like y'all, and I appreciate you coming here because there's some people who operate out there, they get cited and they still do it and they are not, coming before this group. And so I appreciate you all being here and trying to get correct, so to speak, with, and in compliance with the rules. So, but I do have some concerns about, compliance in the future.
Even just the notion of pulling into the pedestrian-only zone on Broadway. I mean, Broadway 5th to 1st is supposed to be, 5th to 2nd. There's supposed to be no vehicles. The city just rolled out another program this weekend, past weekend, with the bollards and the center emergency lane and even more to try to not have any sort of vehicles other than emergency vehicles go into that area. You could probably get close, get to 6th or somewhere, but then you're trying to make a U-turn and that's not a good idea.
Commissioner, I will tell you that we will make ourselves available, TD and myself, and we'll be happy to meet with any company at any point in time to go over the rules. We won't interpret those rules, but we will for sure go over it with them and we will make sure that they know the rules. Then it'll be up to them to comply with those rules.
Is there any conditional permit? Like,
May I interject that? Haven't we in the past been able to issue a permit and put the person on probation because of previous non-compliant or because of operating without the permit, and then they came in, we granted a permit, but we put them on probation for 6 months? And if no one remembers that, can we do that?
I don't think we have.
I don't remember that,
Okay.
but I would have to look at when you can put somebody on probation. I don't know if you could do that absent a hearing. And if there is an emergency,
Well, we
because
kind
he
of
has
had
some
a
powers.
hearing and admissions of operating without permits already today. So,
I suppose a company could accept those conditions.
I guess they could accept those conditions. That also wasn't on your agenda though, so putting somebody on probation.
Something here.
I'm gonna agree with legal. I think it's, you haven't noticed a hearing to put them on probation. So I'm kind of nervous about that, but I'll let them answer.
Since we've
Also,
made it,
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
Okay. Also, section 673.090 subsection B states, prior to any action to revoke, suspend, place on probation, otherwise restrict, or not renew a certificate, the holder shall be given notice to the address listed on their certificate of the proposed action to be taken and shall have an opportunity to be heard. The otherwise restrict is what I'm thinking would apply. Now, this is a new certificate, so
yeah, it's not an existing.
it's not existing.
Was L equals L issued a citation for operating without a permit?
No, sir. Well, I contacted them upon, having evidence that was going on. And what he told me was the same thing he told you today. The exact same thing he told you today was they were testing the market. They were actually, he said a couple times, we're actually not even charging folks to do this. We want to see if there's even a need for us to go forward. And to my knowledge, he hasn't operated anymore, because I would have gotten reports of him operating if he were out there. So to my knowledge, he has not operated since I made that phone call to him.
Relative to operations, could anybody operate a golf cart in the urban core without a permit if they're not charging? So like, could I drive my golf cart? I don't have one, but if I owned one, could I?
Don't tell him he's gonna go get one.
As long as it's street legal and you stay on roads that 30 miles an hour and under, and if you wanted to come downtown and you wanted to drive people in a street legal golf cart from point A to point B and do it for free, we would not regulate that.
It's only
I
for
don't know
hire.
many people that would want to do that, but
I understand what the commissioners are saying, and I'm with you in that. I'm playing again into my longevity here of noticing bad players and how they come before us with excuses and why should I and why didn't I? I'm going to lean on this company's candor in the fact that they admitted to stuff they didn't have to admit to.
Absolutely.
They stopped operations without being made to stop operations. They were not under our regulations and authority before they came to ask for this permit. Go get a golf cart, drive people around.
If it's free, if all of those rides that were happening from March to July were free, then.
So and I don't lean on the fact that they're free. And that this company has showed, and you've seen some of the bad players as well, has showed we're not trying to break the rules. Give us the rules, we'll follow them. We did it before you gave us the rules. We're waiting to see what you tell us. Here is the flip side to that. If they perform badly, we'll know.
And also, just to be fair, he did state to me, I absolutely did not know that. I didn't have any clue that that was a requirement, and I will cease operations. And as far as I know, he has. I have not seen any evidence that he's operated since the day I talked to him. Was it in June, July, somewhere in there? So.
And just for the record, I don't know these people. Just for record, I don't know. I met them the last time when his mother spoke at the last meeting, endearingly of you. But I just, on record, I don't know them.
My question is, since we, on our prior motion, said up to 6, if we were to decide to give them 2 at this point, and then look at it, could we consider at another point, since we've determined the necessity of up to 6. Do we have the flexibility in, say, several months to consider at 2 more? They added.
I'll let legal answer that, but once again, you're putting a condition upon granting a permit.
Well, we're not saying that they could come back to us to request it. I'm not, it's just saying if we awarded 2 instead of 4, we then have capacity. We've said there is a need for 2 additional, or up to 2 more. Could they then come back?
This
We haven't opened up to other companies
Yes,
to come in and pitch
yes.
for the other 2.
Those 2 are out there,
Okay,
and we
okay.
would.
Thank you all very
I'm
much.
sure
Sorry.
Mr. Murray with go-karts wondering why he's here since he does only free rides.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm just afraid we'd have to pitch it to everybody. Or let them all pitch it. Yeah.
So if we close it off at the 6 that we said, it's not open.
Just relative to the rules, can you guys, if you're approved today, please have a look at the noise ordinances on distance? Like I am just looking again at your like orchestra meets hip hop advertisement for Saturday. And there's a lot of ordinances around noise. And if you think about, aside from traffic, I don't know what's more, noise or traffic complaints. But the residents downtown are livid with noise. We've dealt with a lot of complaints relative to the party buses with the noise that they generate. So like the notion of cruising around downtown, selling a ticket to cruise around downtown while being your own DJ and playing music out loud is really not one that's gonna go over well with anybody. I don't remember the number, but it's like, was it 85 decibels within 50 feet? Like if you can, if you're cruising around, and there's a lot of problems with this, but if you're cruising around downtown and somebody can hear you 50 feet away, you generally, I think, and maybe legal could speak to it, but generally have a problem. So selling a DJ ticket with speakers loud.
That's just a warning. You don't have to respond right now.
Should be the only people hearing that.
Yes. We can't really give legal advice to members of the public, but I would encourage the public to read the noise ordinance.
Please.
Yeah, so Commissioner Penley, I appreciate you starting this conversation, and I think it's just, it's really important, and as we've all talked about it, we do have a capacity to act with notice if people do violate the rules. Do you know? And I think that we have contemplated the need for sort of a different business model and a new, and a small number of additional permits, but it's going to be really critical that any new players play by the rules, and that we have the capacity to enforce those rules. I think that's really important.
All right, there's a motion on the table. There's been a second. All in favor? And do we need to restate the motion?
Please do.
Okay, who made the motion?
I did.
Okay.
I made the motion to approve 4 carts for L and L. L equals L.
And
Do you mean 4 permits?
4 permits.
and who second? TD?
Second.
Okay. All right, motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. And that ends the low-speed vehicle annual hearing. Oh, I guess we shouldn't, do need to make a motion on, yeah.
Since we've reached our capacity.
Yes, since we've reached our capacity, I almost skipped the last thing. We need to make a motion on the application by Vintage Rides.
I'll move that we deny. What?
Hold on just one second.
Yeah, we did that. That was the first motion we made after we determined it was up to 6, was to approve go-kart for 2.
Yeah.
We're good.
So there was no discussion on it, and then we moved. Yeah. I made the motion, and that was seconded by one of the lovely ladies down here, either Ms. Westlake or Mr. Butterworth.
He's got it locked in.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to a motion on Vintage Rides and.
No.
Nope, we're done? Okay.
We've
All right.
awarded the permits we say are necessary.
Thank you, everybody, for being here on regards to low-speed vehicles. And I'm going to ask that we can take a 5 or 10 minute break and resume next to the annual hearing on the pedal vehicles.
Hold on.
What?
Regarding Nashville Vintage Rides LLC, I think you need to make a motion.
I thought we did.
To deny, to deny
Yeah.
it.
Oh, I agree. Can we have a motion about, since we've reached our limit, it seems like the motion is to deny Vintage Rides application for 15 new permits. Can we have a motion,
Yes, sir.
please?
So moved.
Second? Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. Now, 5 or 10 minute break, okay? Are we on? Good. All right. We're going to resume the meeting. Director Rooker, I see in my packet I have this company's summary of Pedal-Active. That's the active companies that are Pedal?
Yes, sir, that is correct. We have 4 companies that have 31, I'm sorry. 4 companies with 27 pedal carriages.
All right. So next on our agenda is the Pedal Vehicles Annual Hearing. Go ahead.
It's up on the screen.
All right. Thank you. All right, we're going to open up the annual hearing for purposes of consideration applications for a certificate of public convenience and necessity for new or additional pedal vehicles that apparently was deferred from the August meeting that I was not here for. So you want to give us a little introduction, Director Rooker?
Both of these items were deferred from August. We lost our quorum last month, so we had to come in. Same as the low-speed vehicles, Chair. We have an annual hearing to decide whether or not we need more, or if there's a necessity and a need for any additional ones. We have two new companies that are requesting pedal carriages, and we have 3 existing companies that are requesting additional pedal carriages. Once again, based upon the Connect Downtown study, before you start your deliberations, staff's recommendation would be not to add any more pedal carriages at this time, also based upon NDOT recommendation as well.
Mr. Chairman, could we get the advice again about what needs to be determined?
Absolutely.
Yes, under section 675030 of the Metro Code, it's basically the same requirements as it was for low-speed vehicles. Subsection A reads, if the MTLC finds that further or additional pedicab or pedal carriage service in the metropolitan government area is required by the public convenience and necessity, and that the applicant is fit, willing, and able to provide such service and to conform to the provisions of this chapter and the rules promulgated by the MTLC may issue a certificate of public convenience and necessity stating the name and address of the applicant, the number of vehicles authorized upon such certificate, and the date of issuance. Subsection B states, in making the above findings, the MTLC shall, at a minimum, take into consideration the number of pedicabs and pedal carriages already in operation, whether existing service is adequate to meet the public need, the character, experience, financial condition, and responsibility of the applicant, and such criteria as may be adopted by the TLC in its rules. And that is it.
All right.
Do we have a understanding about these say active, so there are no inactive as we saw in the last hearing?
No, ma'am, not at this time. Sorry, TD, correct me.
There are 4 permits under one pedicab company which are not currently operating.
That is correct. I'm sorry. I apologize.
And which one?
Rock and Roll Rides has been awarded 6. Our understanding is they've picked up 2.
That's the only. And yeah, your question is time frame, how long?
Has it been 6 months?
Well, the rule went into effect June 1st, so.
Oh, so we're not there yet. Got it.
The reason for that rule is, like TD explained earlier, the state put it in their new law.
Right.
So we just came to you and said, since we're going to do it for one, we need
Let's
to do
match.
it for all of them.
Yeah,
That's right.
makes sense.
Makes
Thank
it
you.
easier on me.
I apologize. Do I understand we have 8 companies and how many permits out there?
We have, TD's going to put it back up,
27 plus 31?
31. 31 pedicabs, that is
And
correct.
27 pedal
27 pedal carriages.
Yeah. So a total of
58?
59, yes.
58 or 59?
58.
Okay. All right, do we have a spokesperson or someone with Local Bike Taxi LLC that would like to speak? Yes. Okay.
My name is Grace. I have a fun presentation for you guys.
What's your name?
My name's Grace.
What's your last name?
Oh, Lewis.
Okay, thank you, Miss Lewis.
All right, so hi, my name is Grace Lewis, and I'm here at Nashville Transportation Shark Tank, asking you guys for 10 Medicare CPNC and 1 pedal carriage CPNC. In exchange, my plan is to give the city of Nashville 10 living wage jobs and ADA access, actual ADA access on open air party vehicles, which you currently don't have. At the last meeting, Mr. Carr said someone born here was a unicorn, and I am usually called a tall or a giant. I'm never usually called a unicorn, but I am apparently a unicorn. I started pedicabbing here, and sorry, I get emotional at these things because I get nervous. In 2016, before that, I spent 15 years as a commercial whitewater rafting guide, running big rafting companies. It's kind of funny. I traded a rubber raft for a pedicab. It took me way too long to realize that those two things are so very similar. You're going down a river and you're navigating space with other boats, or you're going down Broadway, you're navigating space with other vehicles. Same. Just a little bit about my pedicabbing history. I bought my first cab in 2017. I run a 10-bike cooperative for festival riders right now. I have I have a degree in general engineering, so when you get local bike taxi, you're actually getting me for everything. I am the mechanic, I'm the accountant, I'm the bookkeeper, I'm the decorator, I do logos, so it's all me. And I've worked cooperatively with, there are 4 companies here. We currently work cooperatively with Nashville Bike Cab and Pro Pedicab. We do events together outside of Nashville. So that's just a little of my history. So what's most important to you guys is, can Nashville handle more pedicabs? Do you need more of us? So I have some numbers for you. The first is, there are a lot of cities that are just open. You can just drive to Jacksonville, Florida today and be a pedicab operator. You don't have to do anything. You can do the same thing in Atlanta, Charlotte, there's multiple cities, but there are a lot of cities that are regulated. And this is just some that I chose because they're large cities that I feel like are comparable to Nashville. And you'll see Nashville has 27 active permits, where, say, with 1 million people living here, and New Orleans has 350,000 people and 65 active permits. Denver has 500, but that number is actually unlimited. New York has 840. 27 in comparison to national standards is way, way, way low. Same thing for music festivals. We work music festivals, like I work Bonnaroo every year. Our standard for that is 1 pedicab per 1,000 attendees. So there's 80,000 people at Bonnaroo, we bring 80 pedicabs. The equivalency in Nashville would be, you have 325,000 people on average per week. That would be 325 pedicabs. I'm not saying you need 325 pedicabs, but I am saying 27 is a very, very low number. So just pointing out industry standard, Nashville is way, way, way low on the representation for number of bikes. Why do you need pedicabs? What do we do? The number one thing that we do is we're last mile transportation. So we pick up the drunk people and we take them back to their hotel. Or we pick up the drunk people and we take them to the next bar. We're moving them around downtown. I just asked and figured out that from Honky Tonk, within 2 miles, there are 13,000 rooms for rent. That could be 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. So that's 26,000 people that are looking to get home on a busy night in Nashville. So you're going to have to take those people home. So how do you get them there? Right now, these are what the options are. I have absolutely nothing against taxi drivers. They're usually registered. They know the rules. They're efficient. I'm a fan of taxis. Rideshare drivers, however, are not any of those things. Rideshare drivers, I think, are the number one, as a person who works in this industry, problem for congestion. And it is because they stop anywhere they want to. They press the little triangle button. They turn on the hazard lights. And they have created a magical parking spot in the middle of whatever street they're in. And now they start looking for their proverbial needle in a haystack. They are trying to find one person in the 30,000 people that just walked out of Bridgestone. And so they're going to sit there for 10 to 20 minutes. And the way that they get pushed out of the way is the cop comes over and goes, hey, you can't just do this. And then they turn off the hazard lights and they pull 40 feet forward and they turn the hazard lights right back on and they stay there. So you have to give that last mile transportation. Nashville is hilly as all get out. People don't want to walk up those hills, and some people cannot walk up those hills. And you're either going to have them in an Uber or you're going to have them in a pedicab or in a low-speed vehicle. What serves the city of Nashville better? So that's my issue with ride shares. Pedicabs. Pedicabs are amazing, and I think that we are the best at this, because if we put a pedicab right here between me and you, it could spin in a perfect circle in just this space. There's no reverse, back up, 24-point turn. If you holler at me on the street, I can turn into you and park, and I need 50 inches of space. What that equates to is pedicabs are designed to fit in ADA spaces. So they originally were built so that they could get through the 50-inch, I think it's a federal requirement, which is why they're so narrow and why they easily fit in little spaces. So if you've got cars parallel parked, we almost always can pull in between two parallel parked cars, pick up people, and then back up and go, which means we're not blocking your streets while we're loading and unloading, which is the biggest problem you have. So I think that that's something that really should be looked at, is why we're so great. The other thing is we're electric, so there's no gasoline power motors. My least favorite thing is a joyride with the loud noises that they make the little drivers wear microphones, because the people in the golf cart can't hear them. And so they're super loud and they dump gas out all over. And then the last mile transportation option that you have are the scooters and the e-bikes. Personally, my suggestion to everyone is to tell your family members, if you love them, to never ride one, because they are 200 times more dangerous than riding in a car. There's a bunch of studies out there about it. The biggest thing is you're supposed to wear a helmet. Less than 0.5% of people wear the helmet. Nobody's walking into the honky tonk with their bicycle helmet, planning to ride home on their little scooter. So they're not wearing the helmet. So the city of Austin, the study that I found most eye-opening, was they did 3 months of what the hospitals reported, just hospital emergency rooms, how many times scooter was mentioned. It was 200. There were 200 incidences of someone going to the hospital, just the emergency rooms, none of the other stuff. And that was 50% of those people had a head injury. 15% of those head injuries were a traumatic brain injury, which to me, that number is just mind-blowing. So the problem with the e-scooters and the e-bikes is that they're just unsafe. 60% of their accidents happen while going straight. This is crazy, right? Okay, anyways, so next. Now we're talking about number of permits that you guys have. There are 27 pedicab permits. This number shocked me. There are 1,875 scooter and e-bike permits. That's so, wow. But just to compare to 27 pedicab permits, we're not taking up, we have the tiniest, itty-bittiest part of the market share of the rides that are going downtown for last mile transportation. Another thing, there are 1,056 limo companies, 550 of those, or 1,056 permits, 550 companies. You guys approved 9 today on the consent agenda. I wish I could be a limo company that says bikes. I don't know how you could do that. But anyways, I'm just saying there's a lot of transportation out there, and 27 pedicabs is a very small number. So cover fees, what does it cost to get in the door in Nashville? I could not find any fees that the transportation network companies pay the city of Nashville for giving rides here. But I did find that they do pay the airport. If you take an airport ride, they pay $2 to the convention center. If you take a airport ride, they pay $5 to the airport. But the city itself is making no money off that stuff. Scooters and e-bikes. Mr. Rogers, you said they paid $300,000 over 3 years, something like that?
No, over $300,000 per year.
Oh, per year.
Yeah,
okay, well then my numbers are off.
How much have you prepared?
Oh, I was 118. That's what I got up here. So if the number is $300,000 per year, then they're paying you $150 per year per unit.
141.
Oh, okay. I'm not that good at simple math in my head, but I was pretty close. But just saying, I'm not super far off with the amount of money that I'm prepared to pay the city of Nashville versus the scooters. Now, this big pink bar that I put on the side is the amount of money that leaves the state when you swipe your credit card. When you swipe your credit card, Uber takes 30%, and that flies to California. Same thing when you swipe with Lime, 20% of that, again, out the door to California. When you swipe your card with local bike taxi, all of that money would stay here. So, and then diversity in the industry. Unfortunately, pedicabs and paid carriages are joined together, but they're definitely very different things. I want them together for a reason I'll cover in a minute, but there's not a lot of diversity in the pedicab industry. One company has 2/3 of the permits right now. And I'm pretty sure they're going to get up today and say, please don't give any more pedicab permits. And I do not blame them. I love Ash and Travis. They're great people. But if I had a monopoly in an industry, I would also tell you, please do not give out any more permits. Because having 2/3 of the industry is definitely a benefit for any company. Four pedicabs can easily fit in one parallel parking spot downtown. If you really push it, I think you could probably get about 7, but 4 comfortably. 4, we didn't plan this, we just all pulled in. So just as far as space that we take so much less space than a car. So you're just trading, hopefully, me and my company for some Ubers. Can the industry handle more pedicabs? We think yes. I've talked to people that own companies here and people that ride here. They think yes. 3 of the 4 companies operating here asked for more permits this year, which seems to lean towards yes. They didn't just ask for more, they asked for 8 or more permits, which means they see a need in the market, right? So I'm not operating here, so I can't say statistically I've been sold out because I'm not working. But the companies that are here have all asked for more permits, which leads me to believe, yes, there is a need and a desire. Why I'm asking for 10 perfect permits specifically? I think 10 is the minimum number that I can have to run a successful dispatch. I'm sure when you think dispatch, you think taxi and the lady calls and you dispatch. That is one piece of dispatch. The piece of dispatch that I'm talking about that's important to me is the safety issue. As a woman, when I hit the radio, I can tell my coworkers, I get so nervous, that I'm like upset or something's wrong and they can get to me in under 2 minutes. I have called the police before. Once they called me back 2.5 hours later. That did not work very well, but I can radio to my fellow workers and they can always come to me, and I've used that before. The other reason it's good for advertising. Moving on. Why should you give my company 10 permits? Specifically, I've been working in this industry for 10 years, and there is a standard. The standard is you pay 30% or 1/3 of your income to whoever has the permits. And then whoever pays them the most money per week gets to ride the tricycle. It's pretty simple. That doesn't lead to good behavior. You have to basically pay to play, and you're paying a large chunk, and that 30% is out of what you take in total, not just how much the fare was, but also your tips. And I think that's grossly just too much. I think that taking 30% out of somebody's pocket before they pay taxes is just such a huge hit. So my plan is to take 10 to 15%. And instead of having drivers work on shifts, I want 10 priority drivers. I will have 10 people and they will be assigned 10 bikes. And then other people can use those bikes if my priority drivers are not working. But I'm a giant tall person, and so I need a particular handlebars so that I don't have numbness in my hands. Bicycles don't fit every person the same way, and so you have to build a bike to fit you if you're going to do this job long term. So my goal is to create basically a pedicab retirement home where I have 10 people that are like me working there. Just to give you an idea of those numbers, if I were to go out and work a shift, I make $300. I pay the company $100, right? If I do that 5 days a week, like a normal job, I'm paying that company $500. If I do that every month for the entire year and to take 2 weekends off, 2 weeks off for vacation, I'm paying $25,000 out the door. Between me and my husband, we both bike taxi. That's $50,000 out the door before we've tried to buy a house or do anything logical. So I just don't think it's sustainable for like living your life to pay that much money. So that's why I'm not going to do it. So moving on. That's why I want the pedal carriage. I want to run a pedal carriage and a pedicab company together because I think they go together, and also with your licensing it makes sense because you have to switch your license to another company is the way I understand it. So I don't know, can you be licensed with a pedal carriage company and a pedicab company right now?
Never been done before, but looking around.
There's no rule against it.
There's no rule against it. Okay. Well, for me, because I'm trying to create this retirement home, and currently my average cooperative driver is about 40 years old, pedicabbing 60 hours in a week is getting harder and harder for us. And in which case, driving a pedal carriage or having the option to drive the pedal carriage. So I could have somebody be like, on Friday, Saturday, I want the pedicab. On Tuesday, I want to drive the pedal carriage tour, which means they physically get a break. So that's the first reason. The other reason is everybody at some point hurts themselves. Definitely CMA week is good for that. You twist your knee, your ankle, you pushed it too hard, you rode for too many hours, and then you can't work for a few weeks because you can't ride a pedicab. And if you can't ride a pedicab, there's your income. And every pedicab driver in here has donated at some point to at least one, if not 25 GoFundMes to help some other pedicabber pay their rent because they hurt themselves. So having a pedal carriage gives me just a different job that you can do that still pays you. The other thing is, I may be from here, but I did not buy real estate when I graduated high school. I should have. And so real estate downtown and having a shop is going to be very expensive. I think a pedal carriage will go a long way towards funding that expense. And then my very important reason is there is no open air party vehicle ADA access right now. So I cannot offer ADA access out the door. I looked it up. What I need to have to be able to do that is I need to be able to get someone in the wheelchair, they don't have to move, up onto the pedicab and then strap them down at 4 points of contact. So I cannot offer that today. What I can offer today is called adaptive accessibility, which means if you can't get into a pedal carriage, which I don't know if y'all have ridden them, getting into a pedal carriage is like getting into a semi-truck. You have to be full mobility because you have to like climb a ladder pretty much to get onto the seats, even the back bench of them. It's really hard to get onto them. So adaptive accessibility would mean if you had someone who physically couldn't get on the pedal carriage, you could ride with the pedicab. And what that saves there is that you are cost effectiveness. If you need adaptive accessibility and you just hired a pedicab downtown, they're going to charge you $100 an hour. 3 hours is $300. That's way more than a pedal carriage tour, which is $50 per person. So I could split those two costs into one and have those two vehicles run together, basically. That also, same situation works for people with sensory issues. I learned this with my child, taking her to a parade. I took her to a parade on my pedicab, which has a car seat mount, because I'm that mom. And she lost it. She did not like the fire trucks and loud noises, and I threw her in the pedicab, and we left. And that's something that we could offer, and with good marketing, which I have a sister who works in that, we would be able to put that out there to parents, because you don't know how someone with sensory issues is going to react to something. They may get downtown and be like, yay, this is amazing. Or they get downtown and they need out. And in which case we have that opportunity to get them out of there. So moving on. So I can't give you ADA accessibility today, but I can give it to you by the summer of 2027. I've talked to 4 fabricators. We have a pretty good plan. I don't believe any of the golf carts here are actually ADA accessible. And so basically the front of the build would be a carriage style bike where the people face each other, kind of like the horse carriages. And then this seat would fold down and the ramp would go down and you would roll up into here. But we do have a plan for it. I do have a fabricator for it. I'm super well connected in this industry, so I just called, a bunch of different people. We had to talk. We have a good idea. I think we could do it. The other thing that we discussed is we actually, I think we could make a party bike ADA accessible. They have a back bench on them. Same thing. If you were to take the same system that's on the buses that have the hydraulic system that goes up and down, you could build that onto the back end of a party carriage, which I think would be super cool. That's something I can't promise by 2027 because that's a super interesting. It's going to be a very particular build, but that's something that I'm looking towards possibly doing, and I may come back here at some day and be like, can I have another one, please? But that's that. So pedal carriages. What is 28 when you already have 27? If it gets you ADA accessibility, because people get on pedal carriages and they don't just go because they're going on a pedal carriage. They go for your birthday party. My sister had her 50th this year on one of those things. So they go for a birthday party, they go for an engagement party, they go for a bachelorette party. If you are 1 in 7 Americans, you need accessibility access for ADA, and you don't have it, and therefore you don't get to participate. So if I were to have a pedal carriage pedicab company, I'd be able to fill that gap, which no one is filling in Nashville. And then for practical purposes, you only have 3 companies operating in the space. One has 5 bikes, one has 9 bikes, and I think the other one has 13 bikes. Oh yeah, we're ready. And it's close to the end. Industry references. I sent in somewhere in there, you guys have a stack of letters of people saying that I'm me and I do what I say I'm going to do. I realize that I'm coming in here and I'm asking for permits, but I'm not held to anything to do these things, to do the things that I've said. I just am going to do that, and so I wanted to give you a bunch of references, people that have worked with me all over the country that would say that I'm a really good operator and I do what I say I'm going to do. Oh, that's that same slide, same. Oh, and then this, oh, yeah. So that's my tiny human. She just turned 3. She's just a giant. This was us working Bonnaroo this year. She loaded up her bicycle and said, "I'm ready to go to work," which was the cutest thing. So the number one reason why I want a company here in Nashville is because my family's here. It would be a lot easier for me if I worked here. And there we go. All right, do y'all have any questions? Sorry, I know that was a lot of information.
Thank you.
I tried. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Appreciate it. Ms. Lewis, did you have anybody else that wanted to speak on your behalf?
Hi, I'm Joy. I am here on behalf of my sister, Grace. That's my little sister, even though she's taller than me. And I'm here with my mother as well. I just wrote a little bit about Grace, because just to give a little bit background, obviously I'm her sister. But Grace is a driver, both on her pedicabs and entrepreneur at heart. She's definitely determined to build her own business in a predominantly male environment. She was a river guide for over 12 years and became a general manager of the river guides, putting down 30 people a day on these boats. All usually male-owned, operated businesses. Same thing is happening within this pedicab thing too. And right now, this is like her dream. Like, she's wanted to have her own business. She doesn't have investors. She doesn't have rich parents. This is all like self-made. Man, I'm getting emotional. But anyways, if you guys could do this for her, it would change her life. It would also, she's so good at what she does, and she really cares about her drivers. She really wants to make sure that there's options. So if someone gets let go from one company here and they have all the permits, they get to say how much the drivers make or how much they don't make. When you have options, it basically gives every pedicabber benefits as drivers. It gives them the ability to their lease rates, their policies, their flexibility with their schedules. If they have kids, it gives them the ability. Grace has a child. She understands that women do need flexibility. So anyways, I wanted to get up here, at least give a little bit of a background, but this would definitely mean the world to her, and I think she would knock it out of the park, and I think it would really elevate the whole industry, maybe to even make the rates more competitive so these people could make a little bit more money. So thank you. I appreciate your consideration.
All right. Is there a representative for Nashville Bar on Wheels today?
How you doing? My name is James Chapman, and I'm from Nashville, Tennessee. Live in Nashville, Tennessee, and I tried out. I filled out an application in 2018, and I was denied because they said it was too packed downtown. So I had to go to Louisville, Kentucky. I've been doing it for 6-7 years now, and I've been having people from like Houston, Atlanta, all over the place trying to get me to come down there, but I'd rather be here because this is where I live at. And it takes like 2.5 hours just to get to Kentucky, and it's nothing like Nashville. It's a high demand down here. Down there, it's like not that many people down there, especially downtown Nashville. And mine is more like an urban type bar on wheels. Try to switch it up a little bit. And I know I'm trying to get downtown, but if I can't, if there's any way I can get down like to 5 Points, East Nashville, like where I'm from, it's something different. It won't be so congested. Got free range, and like in Kentucky, we look for the tourists, but we mostly for the local people, cause that's mostly who ride our bikes down there is local. And I got friends and family. They keep asking us, why are we not downtown? I mean, why are we not in Nashville? Why are y'all in Kentucky? Well, it's steps we got to go through to get there, and hopefully this is the right step we're going through. And it's harder for me to go down, drive all the way to Kentucky and drive back, because I had 3 lung surgeries last year, and I can't keep driving down there. Like, but my main focus is to come back home, be in Nashville, where I stay, where I live, where I grew up at, and try to run my business.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you.
And representative from Jungle Jim's Pedicabs. Nobody?
Haven't heard from him today.
All right. Who is it that's with that?
James Gill. Yeah,
Okay.
James is him.
All right. And
He spoke at last month at the hearing last month.
okay.
Public comment period.
Is there a representative from Nashville Bike Cab?
Oh, I hate public speaking. It's most people fear public speaking more than death, and that's a fact. So I really hate this situation. If I don't, I may have to email you. I appreciate all your time, especially Tim and Ricky gave us a call on Monday, and we talked, and I appreciate their time very much. Since 2019, we reinvented pedicabs in Nashville, and this is my 6th market to open up. I was not born with money. I started pedicabs in San Diego 22 years ago, and at one point I slept on the streets, but I made it. I learned from a lawyer. I am like self-made. I've done everything right. One of my problems in life is I put all my pedicab drivers ahead of me. So I'll probably never get ahead. I'm a very nice person. I love pedicabs, and everything I own is because of pedicabs. But in all my markets I've created, more and more people come into them, and they're called bad actors. And low-speed vehicles are also our competitors. I was surprised nobody mentioned pedicabs. We are doing what these people that just got permits are going to do, so we have even more competition. And more future competition is coming as robo-taxis, more scooters, more e-bikes, as the micro transportation market gets flooded more and more. Where do they stage? How are they gonna be? You know, like if you just do a simple Google on cities that have a ridiculous amount of pedicabs, you will find problems. Like when I say ridiculous, I'm talking 40, 50 plus. When you get into the small cities like a Boston, they have 40. San Francisco has 50 permits, like major cities. They have hardly any problems. But you get into your Denvers, we got a hit piece. I come from Houston, Texas. I also own bar bikes. I'm a bar bike expert. Like, I don't know, like the fellow behind me wanted to mention Houston, and I'm like, my market is flooded. You got, like, on a tangent, this is the capital of bar bikes. I've never seen so many bar bikes in my life, so I've never applied because I didn't see a need for more bar bikes in Nashville, even though I own a bunch of them. But back to pedicabs. Like I said, the market, like I submit a nice business plan. It's as we got through COVID, which was, I gave up multiple markets that I started to pay to keep the pedicabs in Nashville. You know, like COVID, anybody who survived COVID with a small business should be just like, that was a brutal time. So I got through it, and then we were able to reestablish and really get going in Nashville. So I just, like, when people apply for these permits, like, where are they gonna keep these bikes? Like, what is their business plan? Did they submit financials? Did they submit anything other than just an idea that I'm gonna do it? Like we don't charge, like, my company doesn't charge my riders 30%. Like, we're hovering around 20%, and it's an honor system, so I'm pretty sure we're not getting that. But like the expense to pay bills in Nashville, like the rent, like a commercial property, instead of just, I don't know where some of these, like they come with, they want 2 permits And then 2 years later, they want 8 permits. Like, how did your business plan change? Like, that's what I just get into a question mark about. Other than that, I did apply for 12 more, so that would put us up to 30. I did not. I just do it because because I get to stand up here and talk to you guys. You know, I have always applied for 20, and I'm at 18. And I do not like the word monopoly. I have not operated my company as a monopoly. I've operated my company as pedicab drivers first and long-term thinking. And when more and more people come into the micro transportation, less and less money will happen. And as more and more pedicabbers come, and who knows where they're based out of, as long as they get a permit, they're as equal as us. They can come in from other cities, and then they don't care. So the secret to pedicabs is to make sure your customers are treated great. Like, they want to ride another pedicab again. But in my industry, getting charged strong darn for $200 for a pedicab ride, they'll never want to ride again. And this is happening in multiple cities, and higher speeds, and charging more, and louder music, and bigger lights. And it's just like, it turns into a blight to the cities. So I just really caution awarding more permits. I just, like, personally, like I said, like, we have 18. I've always applied for 20. Like, as the cost of doing business is going higher, as my commercial rent goes higher, like, it just is turning into, it'll just turn into a disaster as more and more, like, pedicabs just come into fruition. So I'm just caution. But I own the pedicabs. They're ready to come to market. I own the insurance. They're here. They're ready to go. Like, I can bring them. I got 6 brand new ones in Houston ready to come up here. I have 6 already here. We just keep them on the back of the warehouse. Like, my financials are here. I've proven that the market can take it, whether or not, like you argued, if, like, with the LSVs, all the arguments of why there should be more, but, like, I just caution, if people cut corners or people have a low, like, my business is a low buy-in, high-risk business, so giving permits out is a double-edged sword sometimes, the bad actor syndrome, so just be cautious. But if you do award permits, please give them to us. I will take care of them. Like, I am, like, so thankful for the city of Nashville. It's like, I have a son. He has 4 more years. I put him in high school. I feel old. 4 more years, I can be here. But he lives in Galveston, Texas, so I have to be a dad. It's my most important job. And Ash, she runs Nashville Bike Cab. She won't sign on the dotted line with me, so she's my manager. So I pretty much consider this a woman-owned business. My other business, Using Bike Bar, is woman-owned, like, or women partnered with. Like, I am just absolutely thankful for y'all. Any questions?
Are you for or against more permits? I can't tell. Yes or no?
I am
Yes or
on
no?
the, like,
No,
if you're giving
don't
out,
make a decision, man.
like, I just want betterness. I like to vet the people with the financials. Am I for?
Do you want more permits awarded or not?
I think when we
No. Just answer the question.
No.
That was going to be my
Sorry,
question.
it's
too.
just
Thank you, Mr. Storrs.
Thank y'all.
All right. Okay, is there a representative from?
Is it okay if I speak since
Oh.
I run Nashville Bike Cab?
Yes, I should have asked if there was anybody else who wanted to speak for Nashville Bike Cab. Now, as I understand, you have 18 right now, and there's a request for 12 more, but a recommendation that no more permits be issued.
Look, I'm Ash. I run Nashville Bike Cab. I have been a pedicabber consistently here since 2013, 14, something. I can't keep track. Yes, we applied for 12. We did not realize, and I actually have some notes here that I haven't pulled up. We didn't realize how many pedicabs are out there, and I was not the one that originally submitted the application. Myself, Abby Goodrich, who is my mechanic and also road manager, and I have other riders here that are currently stating, no, we don't need many more pedicabs. Pedicabs are very delicate vehicles, and sometimes there's frame issues, sometimes there's a flat tire. Mr. Rogers knows, he's a cyclist guy. Like, bicycles can break down from a nail in the road. They're not as indestructible as maybe a golf cart, an SUV, or a truck. So we have to constantly manage and make sure that our vehicles are up to par, and we will not put it on the road if it's not. But that means that some of our contractors who we do not charge a flat rate of 30%, I live here, I run this company, I know what our numbers are. And that is not what we charge. But anyways, I would like to say that in order to keep my contractors employed and making sure that they're not out of a job for 2 weeks because I have a frame issue, we would love to have a couple of backup bikes just so that people aren't out of work. That's just 2. Our business plan was for 20 because Travis has built companies for 22 years. We understand, because I live here, I run 2 businesses, and I am a mom of 4. It is very expensive. It is very expensive for a commercial lease here, as a lot of business, I don't know if Mr. Carr, if you run a business that has a commercial lease, it is no joke here. That's why we have to work together to charge. Our riders do not make a very good living during the week on pedicabs. My bikes are almost not filled ever on a Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. I'm fighting to fill them. On the weekend, it's surplus. In the winter, I can barely fill my bikes, and I'm still having to pay that rent. So it's expensive to run in Nashville, and our riders work hard. Last year, there was a 30% approval of new pedicab permits last year. And there was an issue because a lot of the people applying or companies applying for these permits cannot financially meet that need. They don't have the equipment, they don't have the ability to acquire insurance, and they don't have a safe and legal way to store their pedicabs. So we are not trying to monopolize anything because we are the only company that has ever applied for more than 15. I welcome any other company wanting to do so as well in a responsible and in a safe manner. We are not opposed to competition. We would love to work with responsible people holding these permits to create a stable community, because right now we are very much liked in the community overall, and we would like to keep it that way. Inviting almost double the amount of pedicabs in this city would turn it into a similar market like New York, where you would go for a pedicab ride for 1 block and someone will charge you $100. We do not need to create desperation amongst our riders right now. It would lead to bad experiences for the patrons of Nashville, the passengers, safety issues, people running red lights just to get to the event to pick up more people. I also caution you responsibly to really vet your companies, the ones who know what's going on here and that are going to do this responsibly and safely and have the financials or the equipment to back it up. Thank you. Any questions for me? Thanks.
Sure.
Hello, board. My name is Abby Goodrich. I work for Nashville Bike Cab. I recognize that we hold the majority of the permits. I am one of the managers, mechanics, and riders out there every single weekend. I recognize how the market exists, the needs, and all of that right now. I've been there the last 3 years. What I see right now is not a need. I know I'm part of a business asking for more permits. As Ash stated, Monday through Wednesday, it's a hard living. It's hard to get down there and it's hard to make money. What I've noticed in the last 3 years, it is harder on weekends to make money. We are working events, and every time I work an event, I get back to the queue of where we ride, and there are bikes there. There's not a line of people waiting for us to take them home. There's plenty. Obviously, we have 27 bikes out there right now. What I see from a business perspective and a big picture here is that the state of the world and the state of the economy is kind of a questionable state. And then when you're in that state, you don't go add in a third of your fleet size. That's not something you would do to help yourself or a business. So in my professional opinion, I agree with NDOT that it is not necessary to add any more permits to the city right now. And also, as a rider who pays the 30% a lot to the business that I work for, I find it offensive to state that that is too much. I proudly work for her, and I proudly work for Travis in a commercial location that properly stores batteries, that properly manages the bikes, the safety, and everyone that walks through that building. I appreciate you all.
All right, thank you. Now, anybody from Pro Pedicab today? Yes. All right.
What's
your
Craig,
name?
Craig Davis is my name. And I'm here today on behalf of Pro Pedicab. We're applying for 10 additional permits. And understand that my main burden here today is to show a need and for public convenience. And just to respond to what Abby just said about her experience with queues, my experience is a lot different, especially on big event nights, Nissan nights, Bridgestone nights. There are lines of people. There are people who are looking for rides who you have to tell them, well, there'll be more pedicabs coming down. You guys line up over there. That happens all the time. And the concerns about over flooding the market by adding more pedicabs because of riders not being able to make the income that they wanted to make Monday through Wednesday, and that there's diminishing income already because she says there's too many bikes. This is not true. People are making great money. I see the numbers every night when people come in. Our rider over here, Sarah, went out on Tuesday and made great money for anybody. Like, no one could make better money in a restaurant. So people don't work on Monday through Wednesday because they don't think there's money, and they want to work the weekend when it's busy and it seems like there's more money. But if you go out on a Monday and you work 4 to 8, you're going to be one of the only pedicabs out there, and you're going to make good money. So I understand Abby has her experience, and that's fine, but my experience is different. I think we deserve the 10 permits because we've been able to fill the 5 permits that we've been granted professionally with professional riders who operate in a professional way and add a level of joy to the downtown area and competence that serves not only locals or not only tourists but locals as well. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation here, but I do have dozens and dozens of text message correspondences and email correspondences with people requesting services for their disabled relative who needs to go to a football game or needs to go to an event at Bridgestone. And I also have a lot of correspondences with companies, local and from outside of Nashville, who we've not been able to fill because we only have the 5 bikes. We can accommodate 30 people at a time, but we can't accommodate 70 people at a time. If we had the 15 bikes, we could. We could go after larger contracts like that, larger advertising contracts with larger advertisers who are more interested in having more than 5 bikes. If they're gonna bother to do it at all, they'd rather have at least 15 bikes. So the only way for us to compete with those would be to collaborate with other companies and all get in on an advertising deal together, which is fine. We can do that, but it'd be nice if we had the extra permits. And we'd also love to provide more opportunities for drivers who are, as far as I can tell, and we've never had a driver quit, so I think we're providing a good workplace for the riders who choose to come ride with us. we want to respect their time, do our best to make sure that when they show up, the bikes are in as good of condition as we can get them in so that they can get on the bike, go out, do their job well, and make great money with the best equipment that the industry can provide. I think that about wraps up my spiel.
Mr. Davis,
You guys
I
have
have
any
a question. 4 to 8 shift, what's great money? I hate to be so nosy,
I
but
think it
what
was
is
actually a
great
little
money?
shorter than that. Do you mind if I share? She made $333.
And how much of that goes to the company?
30%.
And is that kind of standard in the industry?
Between 25 and 30%. When I started here in Nashville riding on non-motorized 3-seater carriages or pedicabs, it was 25%, and we had a fleet of 20. 5 of those were motorized with the front hub motor, which is not as powerful as the ones that are here today, so you still have to pedal a lot, but the ones with the front hub motors were 30%, and the ones without motors were 25%.
What's your driver's name?
Sarah Grace.
What's the last name?
Sarah Grace.
And Miss Grace, riders on the average, what kind of riders are you picking up and moving? Are the people going from point A to point B, or is there people that just kind of want to ride and see the city?
I'd say the majority is, So I'd say the majority is point A to point B. There are a few people that will just be like, I don't know what's going on here. Like, I just want to see around. But the majority is point A to point B.
And point B being to their vehicle, to a hotel, or what?
No, mainly from Broadway to their hotels. Really hardly ever to their vehicle.
Thank you.
Actually, sorry, can I? On event days, yes, they will be asking for rides to their vehicles, yeah. But of course, like during the week and busy weekends, it is a lot of tourists, so hotels, safe passage to their hotels.
Do you break down often? The bikes, flats?
Not as of recently. We haven't had many flats. What is often?
I don't know, inconveniently. I mean, I assume every time it's inconvenient, but
It is, yeah.
are you finding often that you have to get a repair because of a nail in the street or something?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Did anybody else have questions? Okay.
I had one question because you mentioned operating during the week between 4 and 8, but I thought that you were not allowed to operate during the week from 4 to 6.
Yeah, I may have misspoke.
Okay.
I think she was actually out from 7 to, I don't know, what was it?
I was out from 8:30 to 11:30
Okay.
on a Tuesday.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. Just making sure we're all under the same.
Yeah, no.
Same umbrella.
Good eye. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. All right, I think that covers all the applications for new or for additional permits. Is there anyone that wanted to speak in opposition to the, or who hasn't already spoken in opposition? Yeah, thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public part of the annual hearing and leave it open for discussion among the commissioners.
I am a bit confused on the issue of necessity, and I would like to ask Commissioner Rogers from his perspective.
Well, I think in the past, tell me, from the veterans, we've always considered the pedal taverns different than the pedicabs. The law defines them differently, although the rest of the ordinance, I think, is the same for both of them. But as the lady was saying here, we've always thought of the pedicabs more as transportation, and I'm pretty sure the pedal taverns are not transporting anybody, certainly not from point A to point B. So in the past, I think that's how we've looked at it.
Yeah, direct.
In terms of, though, of the need, public convenience and necessity, need for additional, I'm sorry. Am I
Well,
being clear in my question?
No,
In
you
other
are.
words,
I mean,
do we need more of either?
In general, I'm supportive of micromobility, and I would include these, even though the lady thinks that scooters are terrible because they're her competition. But in general, I'm supportive of more alternatives to people being in their cars. And I would say these are part of that alternative. And I think I keep hearing choose how you move. Somebody made that a slogan. And so I would say this should be one of the choices. Now, how many that is, I mean, I'm not sure there's any magic to to deciding how many.
If it's all right, Mr. Chairman, in listening to the comments, the request for additional of the pedal taverns or carriages, it seemed like we heard that it makes good business sense, and we also, I think, heard, I think both of the people who spoke indicated that, but I'm not sure I heard a need from the public for more of the pedal taverns, carriages.
Pedal carriages, yeah.
Is that a motion?
It was an observation, and I'm willing to be disabused of that if my experienced veteran
You're
commissioner.
better at it than me. I was just going to make a motion that we find there's no need for any additional pedal taverns or pedal carriages. Excuse me.
Second.
Pedal carriages.
It's been a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain.
We have one abstain. Okay, motion carries then.
And the reason why I said that, because I forget your name. Grace made a good point when she pointed out the diversity in all the other cities that are comparable to our size, as far as was a huge gap that, of course, I'm sure Mr. Rogers knows way more about this than me, but there is a huge gap in the amount of not so much the pedal taverns, which I think we're full up on, but the petty, the petty cabs, as far as the amount of people that are here and the amount of them operating in other cities of our size. I never realize there was such a huge gap. I personally don't ride them because I kind of stay out of downtown because I'm working there all day. So when I can get away from it, I leave. But I have seen them on many occasions working the games. I'm a big sports fan, so I attend just about everything in Nashville that's a sporting event. And I do see them, a lot of people utilizing them. And of course they're getting back to their cars a lot faster than we can walk back to our cars, and a lot faster than that some of the other transportation models can get to us. I still cannot speak to public necessity for them. I just noticed that as comparable cities, we are way off, and I wonder, just shy of my observation, does that show a need?
Well, I guess my question is, if I'm understanding, are they limited to the same area? And if so, the size of a city is that's not a good comparison, because if you're limiting the activity to that area, you need to look at the population of that area, not the population of the city as a whole.
Generally, there's not a map that keeps them from operating. There is, okay, is that it? That's the downtown zone. My fault, never mind, my fault. Thought that was from something else, but, yeah. And I thought the motion was just for the pedal carriage.
It was just on the carriages.
Okay, okay, thank you.
So we can open up to a discussion about the pedal cabs. I'll get this right eventually.
So we were just talking about the tavern.
Right. Well, the motion to not find a necessity for any additional pedal carriages passed. Yeah. So we're still moving on to the pedal cabs now.
Gotcha. I thought we were.
Yeah, no.
My bad.
But, and here was my question. Wasn't there some discussion that somebody was gonna go to the Metro Council about splitting them up?
I think there was some discussion.
Not from us, but from the
Right.
companies.
I think there was some discussion about it, but
Nothing.
They were
haven't
given
seen
some
it.
advice, which they never followed up on.
If you're gonna speak, I need you to come to the podium, but please keep it just to that particular question, please, or matter, issue.
I talked to the city councilman. He said that that there was a similar issue to the tour buses and the other buses, that they were kind of in the same thing. So it was on his table to let me know, because he was going to try to knock all the birds out with one stone. And I have not heard from him.
Who was it?
Oh my gosh. I know.
Councilman Coupin.
Coupin, yeah. Yeah.
So, what we're about to discuss in a few minutes is just that, but he
Jacob Coupin.
Yes,
He's my real
Councilman
estate
Coupin,
agent.
moved forward an ordinance that passed on second reading on Tuesday night to separate sightseeing vehicles and entertainment transportation vehicles.
Mhm.
I think I'm assuming that their lobbyists and attorneys pushed that forward or helped Councilman Coupin write that.
Sure.
So if you have people and want to work on the separation, I don't know that Councilman Coupin drafted that by himself.
Sure. Would you recommend I reach back out to him about it? You know, there's been a lot of things with the election and other things that have passed through, and some really big things he was talking about, that the separation of us and pedal carriages at the time didn't seem like top priority. But I understand that he heard my requests and my concerns, since this is something we've been dealing with for years. So I was just giving him some space and time, since it wasn't directly affecting us like right in this moment. In our community, we're just trying to be respectful of his time. So
Thank you. All right, further discussion on public convenience and necessity for additional pedal cabs.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we find there's a need for increased micromobility, and since we're discussing this particular form of micromobility, we want to give people more choices how they move. I'm going to keep using that phrase. I've heard it a lot. And that we should approve up to a total of 17 permits. 14, 17, yeah. I believe it was 40. Is there a request for 40 new ones? 32. And one company that applied for 12 didn't think we should give any, so I took them out.
And you said 17?
14, yes. And I have a logic to that, if you want me to explain it.
Remind me of the existing number. We're at 27?
31.
31. I get my taverns and my
No.
carriages and my.
Wait.
And
yeah, before not being used. So you don't have 31 on the street.
Okay.
And in a sense, we have, I guess, two issues. One, more permits, and a second issue, do we approve a new company to get some of those permits? So which should we do? No, we have to do this first, correct?
We have to get a number
Okay,
first.
all right.
Well,
We don't have to, but. no.
First, it's got to be a motion about whether it's a public necessity and convenience, and then we can vote on a number, how many.
Oh, you want to do that separately?
Yeah.
Okay,
three-step-
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Three-step process.
So I'll
Do you want to
amend.
amend your motion?
Yes, I'll amend my motion to, that we find there is a public need and necessity for more pedicabs in Nashville.
I'll second that motion.
Is there further discussion?
Again, did we hear the necessity in that permits are attached to a bike, so if a bike becomes unserviceable, they cannot just replace it with another bike? I'm not sure I heard that there were that many times where cabs weren't available. May have said that, but I mean.
Well, one company said no, the other one said yes. The gentleman that spoke lastly said he has people, when he pulls off and they're no more cabs there, and he says, just wait, there'll be more, and they're standing there.
Generally, industry-wide, with everything that we do, we have people that call and say, I've got my bus is broken down. Do I have permission from you to allow us to use another bus for the weekend? And generally, I would do that. So if they had a bike down and they had another bike that they wanted to use, if they would call me, notify me, let me know that that's what they're doing, we generally try to work with them until it becomes a problem.
Okay.
Are the permits assigned to the vehicle or are the permits assigned to the company?
They're assigned to the vehicle.
To the vehicle.
And then we inspect them, and we actually put a sticker on that vehicle. So if one of our officers sees one operating, we have a rogue pedicab guy out there right now. I don't know, maybe he left, I hope. But we inspect them, we sticker them, and that's how we identify the vehicles.
But again, I think what I heard from one person that I don't think we heard a negative on was if like a bike frame has an issue, would you, assuming that they are working in good faith to get it repaired, did I hear you say you'd be working with them?
We would work with them and let them use
so
another
that there's
bike.
not a need.
Right.
That had been inspected.
If it had been inspected.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
it'd have to be, we'd
I
have to
mean-
go inspect it. They can't just go, hey, I'm gonna swap it out. We gotta come look at it. We gotta make sure we inspect every vehicle that goes out there.
And so that would be like a substitute inspected vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You look like you're boiling over
Well,
there.
I am. I don't really have anything to offer. I appreciated there was a good presentation about comparisons with other markets. And I think the point was well made from Commissioner Butterworth about how, who knows how they've drawn the area in those markets. Like it could be, like all of Denver is very much bigger than this area that we've allowed these to operate. So I don't know that that's compelling in and of itself. We've had one company say that they don't need any more, but then they've asked for more, and then we've had another company saying that it exists and they've got more demand. So it's hard to do it. But
that was easy enough. They said they don't want any more. We'll just take their 12 off the list.
well, I agree with that. I think that's fair, but no.
I'm sorry, the
Public hearing's
Yeah.
closed.
we've closed the public hearing. Well,
No. So relative to, I guess NDOT, does NDOT recommend that we approve more? I know that, our director is really, really keen on micro mobility and choosing how you move.
She was much, our director is much less concerned with pedicabs as she is pedal carriers.
Okay, let me clarify. She's supportive, is NDOT supportive of an increase in pedicabs? And if you want to get back to me, I'm happy to defer that for a meeting.
No, I don't think there would be strenuous opposition to it, no, sir.
Her past statement has been, that she doesn't have a concern with with the kettle tap.
Pedicabs.
Petty cabs. So sorry. Huge difference. Petty cabs.
Yeah.
That has been her past statement.
Can I add 2 cents about Nashville Bike Cabs? I would call it bipolar presentation. They have 18. They think no more need to be on the streets, but the way I read between the lines, that if we're going to give any, they want them. And that's why they put in a request for 12 more. It's just, it's not consistent. It's not a consistent presentation.
So I will say that this is, I'm conflicted. But I will say that from a micro-mobility standpoint, scooters are a real problem for people with disabilities. And this is a more accessible, and we haven't gotten our gliders yet,
Yes,
Have we? Oh, good, oh, good. We've got a good. I missed the last meeting, sorry.
Well, no, I'll just add that I saw some on my route to the Titans game on Sunday down with the scooters.
Good,
So
good.
The
So-
glide.
Yeah, the gliders, that's good. But, yeah, the pedicabs are more accessible and a little safer for folks with disabilities than other forms of micro-mobility.
All right, further discussion. There's a motion on the table. There's been a second, as I understand.
As to the need for more, but not as to the number.
Correct.
Yes.
That's to the need right now. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I think it carries unanimously. Next question now, Ms. Rogers, or Commissioner Rogers, you were wanting to address, you had a number of 17 at one point. Do we have a discussion first about it or a motion on it now?
I'm curious to hear Mr. Rogers' math on the 17.
Okay.
Did he get a second first?
Well, it hadn't been a motion yet.
Oh, he hadn't.
It's not a motion.
Oh, sorry. Is motion on the?
Not yet. You gotta make one.
You want my motion, I'm sorry. Yes, I move that we approve 17 new permits. Up to, yeah, okay. Up to 17 new permits, and I can tell you how I've got them allocated.
Wait, let's see if there's a second first, okay?
I will second for the purpose of discussion.
You can't condition your second. Either a second or not a second.
A second.
All
I'm
right.
just telling you why.
There's a motion on the table, there's a second, and Mr. Rogers, I think, wants to begin the discussion about why 17.
Because I've already allocated them to 3 separate companies. You wanna know in advance?
I'm not gonna stop you.
Okay, I was gonna approve the request for a new company permit, despite the fact she doesn't like my scooters, and give her 8. Jungle Gym has 2 and has applied for 8. I was gonna give them 6, so they would have a total of 8. Pro Pedicab has 5 and wanted 10. I was gonna give them 3 for a total of 8.
Wait, what did you say about Pro Pedicab?
They have 5 permits, they
Yeah.
were requested 10, and I was gonna give them 3. So that would in essence be 3 companies, including a new one, 8 total permits.
Each company would have 8 total.
8 total. Yeah. Except our friends who can't decide what they support.
Well, they already have, they're above it.
They're above, yes. So does that make sense?
So it's an addition of 17.
I see your logic. Nobody making sense, but I
I have a question because I was not here last meeting. Did someone from Jungle Gym show up
Yes.
and made comments
Yes.
last
Mr. Rooker said
meeting? Okay.
Yes, he showed up and made comments at I think the public, comment period.
I wasn't here either. Was there anything particularly enlightening or interesting in the comments?
It was kind of enlightening.
I mean, as to the necessity
No,
or
no,
why
sir.
they wanted a certain number?
No, sir. I don't recall anything about that being enlightening. The only thing he said he wanted to be able to ride in the bike lanes, basically.
Okay.
And we are not gonna change that rule. No pedicabs and bike lanes. That's in the rules.
How many would that bring Jungle Gym to if we added 6 under Commissioner Rogers' math?
He's got 2 now, so that would be 8.
8?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's quite the jump.
Mhm.
I think Commissioner Rogers was trying to put 8 on all the other companies total besides the one that has 18.
Trying to level the seesaw.
Any further discussion? Or a little more time to mull over it, or?
Did we have to approve the company as a permit holder or just the permits too?
Right now, we're just on 17.
Right now, we're just on the number
I'm
17.
voting on 17.
Up
Yeah.
to, or up to
Yeah.
17.
Up to
Yeah.
17.
Up to 7.
Yeah.
It could be 3.
Yeah.
Up to 17.
Which is a slightly more than 50% increase in the number of permits,
That's,
which seems like a lot to me.
Jungle Gym's a big jump for me. Jungle
Yeah.
Gym's a little bit of a big jump for me.
I mean, up to
This-
7,
this
up
is
to
a- oh,
17, we
sorry.
don't have to approve 17.
No, that's true. And again, I don't know much about other cities, but I would say 31's a pretty low base to start from. And apparently, how many are not operating?
Four.
Four. So we're actually at 27. But yes,
Just
you're
give
right.
a little history. We've had more than this. We had one company at one time have 25.
We've never had more than 20.
But he surrendered them all to get into the other business and then subsequently went out of business. But, the number was higher than that, but they were not being utilized as well.
All right, there's a motion on the table, and there's been a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Looks like the motion carries then, right? Okay. Motion carries, and it's up to 17, and now we're on to how do we want to divide what number to each company?
Well, we can deal
And
with
there's
it.
been-
Well, we have a request for a new company, correct?
Correct.
Should we deal with that first?
Yeah, we do need to take company by company. I apologize.
Okay, well, I'd make a motion that we approve 8 permits for local bike taxi.
Is there a second?
Wait a minute, local bike taxi.
LLC.
Is this?
Yeah.
That was the first presentation.
First presentation,
Yeah.
very good presentation, by the way.
I'll second that.
All right, there's been a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All right, as to the motion for 8 permits for local bike taxi LLC, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now, the next one is the existing company of Jungle Jim's Pedicabs requesting an additional 8, but discussion, motion, thoughts?
I tell you what, for the purposes
Curly
of
have two.
discussion, I'll make a motion that we approve 6 additional permits for Jungle Gym.
Before we get to discussion, is there a second to that motion?
Well, remember, motions can be amended. If you think 6 is too many. But
That's
we
why
have
I
to
was
put a motion
suggesting
on the
we have
floor in
discussion
order for it
first.
to be amended.
I could withdraw it, someone else could submit another.
I mean.
Well, that's true. Yeah, it's
Just
true.
why are you, I'm just curious, I would think doubling his would be sufficient, but why are you getting?
I'll accept, if you'll second, I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. I will amend it, I would like.
No,
to-
you hit second first.
I second.
You're seconding the motion of adding 6 to Jungle Gym.
I would like to amend that to only adding 2 to Jungle Gym.
I'll second that amendment.
All right.
That's a friendly
So we
amendment.
get to vote on the
amendment
amendment first
yes.
and then on
In the motion,
Correct.
yes.
All right, all in favor of the amending the initial motion to 2, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, TD, are we okay? All right. Now, there's a motion now on the table as amended to increase Jungle Jim's pedicabs to 2. Any,
We just did that.
By 2.
by 2, by 2. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So
So that's 10, so we got 7 left.
let's go ahead and go to pro pedicab before we deal with Nashville Bike Cab. Let's see, so 2 have been approved so far. We're up to 10 now.
7 left.
Well, up to
Up
possibly
to.
7.
Up to.
All right, now on pro pedicab, which requested 10, is there a motion or discussion first?
I'll make a motion that we approve 6 additional permits for Pro Pedicab
To bring them to 11?
to 11. Well,
They have 5
it
currently.
can, my motion can be amended, remember?
I'll second.
All right, there's been a motion to add 6 permits, or to grant 6 permits for pro pedicab. There's been a second. Any further discussion?
You can amend.
I just don't understand the switch in logic there.
Well, because the other guy didn't get,
Well, just because he didn't get it.
I know.
Let's make sure we speak up so the crowd, the
That's
audience
right.
can hear and as well as the recording.
It
Feel
seems
free
like
to
to me,
amend it, yeah.
just because we said we thought there should be more, the issue is to,
Do
I'm
you-
concerned that it's,
Sure.
that we're choosing one provider over
Right,
another
and it just kind of needs to make sense.
in
Okay.
terms
Yeah.
of the increase. And
Yeah.
you,
Okay, I see what you're.
So I really appreciate your original sort of balancing act, if we're
Okay.
gonna
But-
do that, so in
but
which
didn't he
case,
only?
I think
Oh,
3,
sorry.
yeah, I think that adding 3 to.
Okay, well,
makes-
why don't
makes
you make a
sense.
motion to
I-
amend my
I
motion?
will move to amend
And I
your
will
motion.
second your
Before we
amended
do that, I think Commissioner
No,
Finley,
I'm,
did
I'm
you have
fine,
something?
I'm fine with this, yeah.
All right, then I'll stop interrupting. Go ahead, Commissioner Westlake.
So I would offer a friendly amendment to reduce the number of permits to 3 for pro pedicab.
Second.
All right, there's been a motion to amend the original motion to
Limit
grant
it to-
3 permits to pro pedicab. Is there, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion to amend carries. Now that on the table is a motion to grant 3 permits to pro pedicab in addition to the 5 they already have. And there's been a second, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now, do
End
we
of my
need
business.
to make a motion on Nashville Bike Cab's request for 12?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Well,
As I see it, we've granted 13 new permits, correct?
yes.
And we said that there seemed to, we approved up to 17.
Yeah.
There is a pending request by Nashville Bike Cab for 12 additional permits. We have 4 remaining out there. Is there a motion regarding Nashville Bike Cab's request for 12 additional pedicab permits?
Could I ask a question,
Yeah.
maybe a legal do we have to take a vote on the request by Nashville Bike Cab? We do have to,
We did it.
Yes.
on
We did
okay,
before.
all right. All right, I make a motion that they be awarded no new permits.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
All right, there's been a motion to not award any additional permits to Nashville Bike Cab. Is there any further discussion?
I guess I'll just say that, as we were talking about necessity and convenience, and as we're talking about the appropriate number, I am more comfortable with a number that is less than 50% than increase than I was with a number that's larger than 50%, just in terms of what we heard today. So I think I feel like the 13 we've given is a sufficient number to meet
the necessity.
to meet necessity and convenience.
I concur with that.
Speak up.
I concur with
Thank you.
that logic.
I just want to forewarn, or again, admonish or warn everybody that we get comfortable talking among ourselves in a low volume, and we need to make sure we're respectful of the audience, that they can hear what we're discussing, because this is a public hearing.
Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? All right, there's a motion on the table. There's been a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. TD, I just want to make sure that you got everything okay? All right.
Thank you.
I believe that now ends the annual hearing for purposes of consideration of applications for certificates for pedal vehicles. Am I correct, Director Rooker?
You are correct, sir.
All right. We have deferred the entertainment transportation matter, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And horse-drawn carriages, do you have an announcement today?
Just want to make a reminder update that the deadline for new applications for horse-drawn carriages is Monday, October the 13th at 12 noon.
Okay. And then moving on to the next agenda item, it says taxi cabs. Director Rooker, can you introduce us to that agenda item?
Yes, sir. We have 2 proposed rule changes today. We would like the commission to consider changing section 230. The change in this rule would increase the fee for a cab company to go from one cab company to the other from $10 to $50. This is a industry request. They came to us and said there's too much drivers changing companies, too much moving around. It develops instability within the industry, and they really want to try to make it more difficult for cab drivers to just go from one cab company to another. So that charge increase, they feel, would be a deterrent to just be so inclined to jump around all the time. So that is an industry ask.
So it's not based off of our internal costs, or does it come closer covering internal costs for providing that?
It probably is gonna help, yes. You know, any kind of increase would help us, but it's been $10 for a very, very long time. And the industry themselves came and asked us, said, can we please do this? We're losing drivers right and left, and we would like to have, you know, they just switching companies all the time. And we would just really like some more stability and make it at least a little more deterrent to just jump up and leave and go to another company. So that's their ask. So
That's called a free market, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
So I'd like to add a little bit to that. Doesn't stop the market. In my market, I'm in a contractor-based market, and within that contract, sometimes we're in the same warehouse on the same dock, and there are several contractors there. And what it tends to control is the inmates running the asylum, because they will get together and make their own rules, so to speak, to say, well, if you won't give me this or you won't do this, I'm going to go here, and create their own form of control of the company to kind of put a vice on the owners who are providing a building, who are providing equipment, who are providing all those things for those guys to say, I'm not going to adhere to the rules. I don't really care how you want my car to look, how you want me to dress, because I can move very cheaply and freely and not adhere to that. $50, I don't think will really be that big of a deterrent, but I guess it would send a signal that this is not good for our industry.
I guess I'm not familiar with what is the basis on which we should make decisions for changes. And again, this is just my prior experience with government, which may not be relevant, but the fee should be represented based off of something. So I was actually more interested in hearing it's been a fee that has not been raised for a time. Fee should be imposed to cover a certain amount of cost. So I'd be more interested in that as opposed to industry saying we'll use it, because it seems like that's government getting into the business.
Well, to your point, it would definitely help us recover more cost than $10 would. And I can promise you the processing and everything that we do and the paperwork that we do, we haven't done a study, but the paperwork that we do, the handling of it, how it's entered into the system, $50 doesn't come close to covering our costs.
I would be more comfortable if we looked at it and said, this is one way to be good stewards, covering cost, and the industry would be supportive of it.
And we can defer, and we can get you those answers for sure.
I'm also interested how the public's served by increasing the fee, given the intention from the cab companies is to keep drivers from shifting around.
They just feel that the industry-wide, we're having so much trouble with overcharging now. It would add some stability and consistency in their being able to manage their drivers a little more if the drivers stayed the same.
And that's the part that I'm interested in. How's the public served by colluding really with the industry to keep drivers?
Both items on the agenda today after talking with the industry and after talking with TD and I don't know, legal's looking up something right now, this may all be moot. But we just felt like it would help us with the overcharging, help us with some stability, help us with these drivers just jumping around and just violating the rules right and left. So if one of the companies caught him doing something, he's just gonna leave for $10 and go do something else. You know, there's a little bit of that involved in it too. I and TD and everyone, we're doing all we can to stop these flat fee rides and for these drivers to start using their meters. Anything we can do to do that, we're doing what we're gonna do. We may have to defer this one anyway, so Belinda's looking up something right now.
If we're gonna defer it, Mr. Rooker, if I would, and Ms. Ramsey, can we know exactly what it, I mean, can you interject if the $50 is still not enough increase to cover your costs? If we're gonna increase it, let's increase it to cover the cost.
Okay, we'd have to do a fee study to do that, and that would be cumbersome.
Oh,
So-
okay.
That was gonna be, this was not included.
No, sir.
None of the taxi cab
No,
issues
sir.
were included in the study.
No, sir.
And what is involved from the TLC's point of view of when a driver changes companies?
Well, that'd be probably a question for Amanda, but, you know,
She's screening behind you there.
I mean, they have to come in, now they do it all online, right? And they fill out the application and it has to be processed, it has to, you know, the money has to be deposited into wherever it goes. And it's just an internal, taking up time to make all these things happen, probably take her 20 minutes.
But then later,
If
it also has
everything
to
was
be
in,
audited.
and
Right.
he just said 20 minutes if everything was in order. So they have to spend time calling the driver back saying, hey, you forgot this, hey, you didn't do this, something's missing, they have to so, I mean, it's an ongoing process.
So there's paperwork that has to be filled out to indicate the change of companies. What? A company affiliation form, okay. All right, thank you.
I tell you, it's like, until Belinda finds what she's looking for, I'm gonna, TD, what did you have?
Just that it's a public hearing and the industry is here today, so if we want to take up the public hearing, hear from the industry, and then defer action on it, that's an option as well.
Or we can defer and have a public hearing on it when we decide to change it.
Yeah, because it sounds like you're looking up something about whether it can even be changed.
Whether we can even,
Without
we
Metro
might have
Council.
some miscommunication with our legal department. So I'm gonna suggest that we defer this until next month, this particular rule, and then we'll go to the next one.
And while I appreciate the fact that representatives of the industry are here today, we need to find out if we can even do it. If we can even make the change of the fee. Is there a motion to defer the public hearing regarding the rules and procedure sections 230 and 238 changes?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And will we be putting it on the September docket?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Well, no.
No, October.
October, John. Yeah, we are in September.
This is September.
All right. Mr. Rooker, you have an update on taxi cab smart meters?
Well, we're gonna move to, section 238, on the cabs. We have another, proposed rule change.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Well, all right. In with the theme of overcharging and trying to get this under control, we're proposing that these companies be required to put their rates on the outside of their vehicle. I think TD's gonna pull up a slide here to kind of give you an indication of what we're talking about. Of course, this design can be worked on and so that people, when they're getting in a cab, understand and know that a meter has to be run, what the fee is, what a flat fee is from the airport to downtown, and vice versa. So we're proposing that these companies be required to have their rates on the outside of their vehicles. If they don't have smart meters.
Oh.
Transparency, yes, sir.
Do you have proposed language for the new rule? Thank you for blowing that up.
considering what you have for 238.
In the rear compartment or the interior. Okay.
I would say in our meetings with the taxi cab industry, this is another point of disagreement among the companies about where space is available on the vehicle to display such an ad. So we would recommend hearing from the industry on this.
I think something about size will need to be added.
Yes, absolutely. We kind of are just asking you for permission to move forward and we'll bring it back to you, a design that works.
And probably some language that talks, I think what Commissioner Carr was talking about was the size of it or something.
Sure.
In the language.
Just so it's consistent.
Yeah.
Whatever we. No.
Yeah. Well,
Whatever it is, we'll have the same verbiage, it'll have the same language, it'll be the same for all.
I mean, is there any concern that if you don't require it on smart, I get why you wouldn't need it on ones that had smart meters, but if you don't require it on cabs with smart meters, for the average consumer, they can get in a cab that is one of these rogue cabs that doesn't have a smart meter and the person doesn't
We can
know.
take that out. That's just to propose. We can take it out and make
I'm
them all do it.
I mean, if we're thinking about the safety around relative to this sort of illegal cabs.
I was thinking it was a carrot to get people to comply with the new.
It is a little bit, but if you're uncomfortable with it, consistency, I always will go with consistency as best.
It's just something to talk about.
So,
I'm not
and to your point, you make a very valid, good point. So how if you have some that don't have it, some that have it, it could be very confusing for the consumer. So
yeah,
I agree with you there.
Who wants to speak from the cab industry first?
You need to open a public hearing.
I'll open up the public hearing now.
Fauzi Zaki, Regal Taxi.
What's the taxi company?
Regal Taxi.
Regal Taxi. Okay.
Yeah. So I speak about the put the price as the front of the taxi, some stuff like this. They already, if you go to the airport, they have already they have big sign in the airport for the price, and we have no space for the cab to put a lot of throw in the cab. Even when we're painting, they will be more cost for the driver, and we don't have enough money right now. The business is very slow, and we make I'm sorry for that. We make like a news, like a journal or news. Your taxi like a news. You read everything. They're gonna confuse between we write, what do you do? They will be ugly, I'm sorry for that. They will be not cab, they will be news working. We don't need this. It's not good for the taxi, for the shape of the taxi even. And the price already, we have a paper inside the cab, they have a price. They have the regulation, I mean. So what we need outside? I don't see any benefit. I don't see any benefit. Also, a smart meter is a good idea, but it just issue money. We have the meter, we good with our meter. Our meter work nice and very good, and we okay with that. Why we need something to pay more money for something we don't need it? What they make the difference between this meter and this meter? We already have the meter. I mean, we don't need for that. We just give more load for the driver to pay money. Even, I'm sorry, I don't know what can I say, but even transfer from company to company for $50 to $10, it's just money. I have freedom to can move from this company to this company, because maybe the other company, they don't like me. They fight with me. They charge me more. Why you keep me? Why you tie me with this company? Or I had to pay $50 to gonna go to the other company. It should be easy. Make it easy for the driver. The driver already, we don't have not too much ride from Uber, from Lyft, from pedal cab, from everything. We don't have enough ride. It could be all night make 5 for ride. It's not enough for leaving. If we're gonna do this with the cab, we give him more load. A lot of drivers, they left already. They go Uber, they go this, because they don't make money for taxi. And we start now make more money for the taxi. Make more regulation, gonna painting the taxi, gonna cost more painting. We pay $700 bucks for painting the car. If we put more sticker, more like this, we're gonna pay more and more, around $1,000. We're gonna come to taxi. They will be die. They will be monopoly for Uber and Lyft. Taxi gonna stop. If you're gonna make more for the driver, they're gonna stop. This is my opinion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, God.
Anyone else?
My name is DT. I own Magic Taxi. I am a van for smart meter, and this is our software. For the for the put letters, I see the better is to. I don't mind to put it, but it's gonna be too expensive. Either I have to have it for the smart meter, and at the same time I have to have it for the letters to put in a car. In that case, you want to say something for the smart meter?
So you're saying if you had to do both, it's going to be too expensive?
To
but
me,
one or
yes.
the other would be okay?
Well, okay to me, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ermias. I came from Washington, D.C. So I used to be a taxi driver in Washington, D.C., 2004 to 2008. After that, we formed a company. And then Washington, D.C. transformed the taxi industry to digital meter by 2012. So since 2012, we just using app. So this app, just it works for many things. But I think from the taxi cab industry understanding, I was a taxi driver. I understand the taxi driver feeling. So I just will take chance to working with them and discuss with them. It has a benefit, more benefit for the customer, for the commission, or for many things. For example, if since Washington D.C. is starting this, it's not from the driver, just putting 50 cents per trip to the customer. And then, like the taxi cab commission budget came from the meter, like per ride is gonna be 50 cents charging. The government collect that, so it's millions dollar collected. It's not only from the taxi, from Uber, from Lyft, from all of them. Washington D.C. gave a mandatory to collect those kind of funds. Just I know city by city is different. So overall, like the meter has improved the driver life. For example, credit card will be included in the system. So simply, customer can process, customer can get receipts by text, by email, just anything. Barcode, it's in many ways. For example, if drivers complete trip anytime, if customer scan this barcode, will get receipt, origin, destination, the breakdown, the fare. It's not only that, it will control everything. For example, now just like the flat fee, or regular fee or additional passenger, all these things can be really for transparency purpose, for customer, for driver. It has all these options. But as I said earlier, I think I'm not imposing to these things, to the driver or to the commission, but I will try to working with the companies to show them what has the benefit from this. So it will benefit for companies, drivers, customers, also more transparency for the commission side. So that's what I have.
Are we talking about the smart meter?
That's
or-
what he's trying to do.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that that's not an agenda item, so let's.
Thank you.
But thank you for that. Yes, sir.
But that was kind of a demonstration of the
A
smart
little bit
meter?
of smart one, yeah.
Okay.
We've been, TD and I have been.
Is there anything preventing a company from utilizing that kind of technology right now?
No, sir.
No.
You gave them that ability a few months ago. That's what the next agenda item is, and kind of give you a little update on that.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity. My name is Abdulrazak Diriye, TNCAP chairman. So I supported to put in the rate for the outside for the taxi. I think that is the helping for the customer to see it before they get in the car, because we can't afford it to get the app or to put the money for that. So I think we can put in the outside for the car, the rate for the taxi rate. So the customer, before they get in the car, they can see it. Example, the last year, the one I make it is this one. So the last year, the one I designed, and I have 4 cars to put that.
A lot more room on that van for putting something on there, isn't there?
Yeah, but it is shows because I see so many states they have this.
Yeah.
So we needed to have the something shows, because I see several customers they asking the driver to say how much you take me there. By the time they see how much it is started at the airport and how much it is started in downtown and how much per mile you charge, the customer they have a smartphone even. That's how we can, I think we can hold it to overcharge.
And I'm not trying to cut you off, but I think what you're saying is you're in favor of the change for putting it on the outside of the vehicle.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Huh. That's a lot to look at. All right, thank you, sir.
You are.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Hassan. I'm owner of Jacket Cap in Music City.
Yep.
And I got a little proposal. We just spread it on you got it on the desk, yes. And also, I've been in this business a little over 20 years. I became owner almost, 9 years. It's in 2016, yes. It's almost 10 years. I'm owner of 2 cab company. So I got my experience from what I was driving cab and my customers. So right now, before we had a radio, handheld radio, like a police officer and meter in the dash. We still have those meter, we cooperate and on the cabs. So to me, in my experience and my knowledge, which is I'm getting so many complaints from the customer and we refund so much money from the company to customers. We don't want to make our customers upset about $10, $15 our drivers overcharge. Or we also, same time, we're not trying to suspend our drivers over $15, $20. We're not able to, we cannot afford, because if we suspend our drivers, like we've been talking over and over, they're gonna quit and go turn around to drive another company. As well ago, some people they mention, and drivers losing money. It is, they losing money today. We got a lot of competition on the road. Bike, Uber, Lyft, I mean everywhere. At the same time, we as a company, we against each other so hard. And I'm not trying to be rude to anybody, I'm not trying to be against anybody. But here is the thing, and I've got 24/7 dispatch, 34 dispatch on the office. We got all requirement, and some companies, they have no even dispatcher, and it's supposed to be have by TLC requirement, it should have dispatcher 24/7. Of course, I'm not able to get my lease $30, $40 to the driver for a week. Of course, I have to be over $100 so I can cover my expense, my dispatchers, my system. To me today, instead of we going smart meter, we can make an optional, but it's not gonna solve our problem, which is we overcharging customer on the city. I believe we can pay attention a little bit in this one, and customer can look up a little bit. If you get in the cab and I have smart meter, my smart meter in my pocket. It's too late when you get in the cab and you close the door. And I can say whatever I want to. $50. You don't want to wait, get off my car and sit in the road again, wait another cab come. You say, you know what, man? Go ahead, I give you $50. But if you walk in before you get in my cab, you can see exactly the door you're trying to open it. You can see all this right here. And I believe it makes sense to you. I will back off. If I'm a driver, even if I don't have no smart meter, I will not able to overcharge you. I'm not saying it's gonna stop 100% overcharging, but I believe in my experience, it will stop 80% of charging for every company in the city right now. And every drivers, they got the Uber app. Oh, a surcharge. Uber is charging you $90 to the airport, I will charge you $60. You be glad to pay $60 and quick, you don't have to wait. And we still overcharging. This morning, I refund the lady $10, a check. If they want it, when I get to the office, I will scan it and email to Mr. Royker. We refund them $10 overcharge yesterday. Why? Because we don't have this. But if you see this one, it's $10 maybe for the lady, that's a lot of money. She's an old woman, and she don't pay attention a lot, and he told her $30. The fee it should be $20. So my knowledge and my experience, instead of we doing smart meter, a smart meter can be optional. If you want to change my policy in my company, I can go high technology and put in my cap whatever I want to. But it's gonna help overcharging? I don't think so. This is cheaper if we're going software, and I believe it's gonna stop a lot of overcharging. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Anybody else? Yep.
Thank you, everybody. The main things, we are the same
What's your
traditional
name,
taxi
please?
drivers. Huh?
What's your name?
My name is Abraham Solomon, from Nashville.
Nashville?
Yeah. And we want to show you the payment or the sides. We put it on the windows, the payment, because of the logo. Our logo is different from the other companies, so we don't cover that, but we use it on the back side and the side of the window. We put in the meter.
So you've already put it on
The
your
prices.
cabs? You have already put it on your cabs?
Yeah,
All right.
that one.
That one?
Yes, already the picture on the side.
So you're in favor of it? Mr. Solomon, then you're in favor of putting the rates on the outside of the
Yes,
cab?
yes,
Thank
yes. In the meantime, also in the inside, the the TLC, what we give us, the price, everything is inside also.
Can I ask you a quick question? What did that signage on that window cost you?
Oh, I really, I don't, how much would that? $60. Yeah, $60. No, the price, what, the sticker you asked me?
How much did it cost you to put that on that window?
$60.
$30 for each side. That's $60.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
And in the meantime, we have a new app that smart meter and the GPS also for sharing you for the TLC and the other things. What I gave you the papers. That's all I have. I thank you.
Thank you for all your compliance. All right. All right, I'll take two more, but can we make them kind of quick, please? We've got some other business to get done tonight.
Go.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. My name is Balai. I represent for volunteer taxi. Well, I know the Hassan explained between Music City and our company. We have decided to put the window instead of we put changing our logo. If we put a logo, we have to make a design. We have to put different separate. if we exactly we put the window, it is good option. Also, every year we do an inspection for cars. Any scratch paint, we have to take it out and we pay again. So that costs more money for drivers and the company. So I like to, we put in a window instead of to a door. We don't want to change the logo to put, separate. Also, my option is another one.
So your suggestion is that there be an option of either on the door or the window?
Yes,
All right,
we
thank
to put in a window. Also, try to enforce law enforcement, the overcharge. Instead of we put the drivers as flat rates, why not one option to gap loophole to close instead of just meter run? That's it can solve to the overcharge for customer. Mostly the nighttime, the drivers, the customer, they never see the read in the door. Just open the door, they get in, just overcharge. If they run the meter, let's say to give you an example, last 2 weeks ago, a customer, they called me, they got overcharged from downtown to West End at $35. I say, no, it's not coming $35, becoming around about 15, but it's $20, depending how many people they carry. No, he see the read the meters, $35. That means we give him loophole for drivers, just click $35, the customer is drunk. So instead of that, just meter run, we stop flat rates, we can do meter run and stop in the overcharge. Also, we can do we can hire at the nighttime, we can stop drivers overcharge. 1 or 2 drivers, we catch him within 24 hours. They can hear everybody. So everybody can stop the overcharges. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
I forgot about that.
Quickly, please.
Yeah.
Okay. So, my name is Ziad Ahmed from Las Vegas Cab Corporation.
Speak up, please.
Okay, my name is Ziad Ahmed. I'm from Las Vegas Cab Corporation. I don't want to talk too much, but I'm going to make just simple correction from my friend, Mr. Abraham, suggested to put the sticker on the car. So our our point is, as you see, Las Vegas Cab, the side of the door is full of our logo, our brand. We don't have a space to put in the door. So instead of that, we suggest in the back side of the mirror to put the sticker. This is my correction. I'm gonna fully support Mr. Bala said, the same idea we have. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. One more, and then we're done.
Please,
Mr. Hassan, come on.
My name is Davidson. I'm speaking on behalf of Las Vegas Cab. I'm talking about the overcharge. I'm driving 10 plus years. So the main problem on overcharging, number one, companies, they don't want to suspend the drivers. They don't want to lose even they overcharge, they know. Number two, airport area within 1 mile, starting fare is $9. The next hotel is gonna be 1 mile, $11. One driver is gonna be wait 2-3 hours to $11, and then pay $3.50 for airport fee. That means $7. This is second. Third, flat rate. Flat rate is gonna be $35 and $30. There is no limit. The tourists, they don't know where is the limit 35, what is it? That's the main third reason.
I'm going to cut you off because as much as I appreciate the information about why there's overcharge, we're actually about a change in the metro, the rules and procedures. So can you save that for the next time when we talk about overcharge, okay?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Just have a seat, please.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for being here, though. Mr. Hassan, no, you're going to get 30 seconds max.
Thank you so much. It is. We've been talking. I mean, if we would have completely flat rate from downtown to Opulent or Opulent to airport. We need to wherever completely. That way, people get confused about the flat rate. We can set it up like this is. I did it from XL. It's not actual vehicle actually. We can set up the one price like $3.50 instead of $2.50.
Mr. Hassan, I want you to take these suggestions to Director
Yes.
Rooker rather than to the commission right now.
And second, my last question: if we put them in the window, two reasons on that. One reason, you're the customer. You come in the city, brand new. You never be here before. You want to have some view, see some stuff. If you put all this writing in the window, you're not gonna see.
I think it's going to be optional whether to put it on the
Yes.
door or put it on the window. So thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
But that's a good point. So. Also, would be concerned about the drivers having obstruction of being able to see out the side windows, so.
There's that, and then there's also that you could not roll down.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Rooker, is there anything more we need to do on that one?
Close that public hearing.
I'm going to close the public hearing. And gentlemen, thank you for your patience, but we're getting close to when we have to be out of here, so I appreciate everybody showing up today. Mr. Rooker, or Director Rooker, next agenda item?
Yes, just real quick, are we gonna defer that as well?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna defer that as well. And we're gonna take a vote.
Second.
All in favor, is there any discussion first? Okay, all in favor of deferral of the public hearing on the MTLC Rules and Procedures, Section 238 this time?
That's it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
We just had it.
Motion?
No.
Never mind.
Whoa. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good.
Defer the vote.
Defer the vote, I should have said, I did say public hearing, thank you for catching it. I meant to say.
Remotion.
We knew what he meant.
Okay.
My motion was for the deferral of our action.
Right. And real quick, I know we're trying to get out of here real quick. The only reason this stuff is coming up in front of y'all is we are having such a hard time. We're doing everything we possibly can to help our consumer, to help our visitors, to help our tourists. This is rampant. It is a hard, very tough problem. We get so many complaints, and there's no telling how many complaints that it's happening that people just don't complain about it. So I want you to know that we're doing this for a purpose, and we're trying everything we possibly can to get these drivers to comply with our rules and regulations. So.
I experienced it at across from Centennial Park, catching a taxi back into town, and he told us it was $40. I was like, turn the meter on.
And a lot of the confusion is, and I'll keep this real quick. People come into town and they get a flat fee from the airport downtown. Okay, well, they just assume that it's flat fee everywhere they go. So we're working on some other things and trying to get the flat fee go away and everything just be metered rides or back and forth. But that's a story for another day. But that's the only reason all that's coming in front of you. We're working really hard. It takes up probably 75% of our time right now.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, sir.
So you got a lot of other business here.
Yes, sir. And the other business, the update on the smart meter, I was just going to let you know that two companies are going to it, Magic and Volunteer. They're switching to smart meters. So that's just that update.
All right. Then we have
some feedback.
all right, on other business, I do have something I wanted to bring up here for real quickly. I heard yesterday, I mentioned this to Director Rooker, it was either yesterday or the day before. Lyft stock just really went up upon the announcement that Waymo and Lyft have reached an agreement to bring Waymo self-driving vehicles into Nashville. Yes. I don't know if anybody has stock in Lyft or Waymo, but we need to be, it made me aware of the Martha Stewart issue, and that is that if any of us have certain stock in certain things that come before this commission, we do need to abstain, and we need to be careful about that. But that's not my real issue. My real question really now is, and Lyft comes before us quite a bit, as you all know, is who's going to be regulating the self-driving automated vehicles?
It's preempted, preempted by the state law.
They went up there a year or two ago.
Yeah.
Was it? Okay.
Same thing Uber and Lyft did.
I just was wondering if we were gonna get another, volley of something to start creating the regulations for. No?
I think we have enough right now, so we'll.
We do, we do. Yes. All right, any other business that anyone wants to bring up before we close? Is there a motion?
Move to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you for your patience, everybody.
Thank you very much. We'll see you.
For more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.